Story 1. My husband told me we had to leave my best friend's baby shower urgently. When he revealed the reason, I panicked. I should have noticed something was off. I've gone over that day in my head so many times, trying to pinpoint the exact moment everything shifted. But the truth is, it didn't feel like the beginning of anything. It felt beautiful. It was a warm Saturday afternoon. I was 32 weeks pregnant, just big enough to feel like a house, but not so big that I needed help rolling out of chairs. The kind of day where you're glowing in every photo, even if your feet are swollen. My best friend had planned the whole thing, her baby shower. But since we were due only weeks apart, she'd insisted it would be a celebration for both of us. 2 bellies, 1 party, she said in the invite. I laughed when I read it. We hadn't seen each other in a few weeks, which was rare. She said she'd been tired, then caught a cold, then had a scare at the clinic, but everything turned out fine. I didn't push her. I knew what pregnancy could do to your schedule, your mood, your body. I figured we'd catch up at the party. She'd give me one of her famous long hugs, maybe cry a little, then we'd sit down and compare swollen ankles like we always joked we would. The party was at her place, a modest 2-story house she'd bought a year before, decorated with pastels and paper lanterns and little white onesies strung on twine across the patio. It looked like something out of a magazine. She opened the door with a wide smile, arms outstretched. There you are. You look amazing, she said, pulling me into a gentle hug. I hugged her back. Her belly touched mine, or at least I thought it did. We laughed at the awkwardness of it. She smelled like lavender and lemon cookies. Where's he? She asked, peering behind me. I turned. My husband was a few steps back, carrying a wrapped box and a reusable bag full of wipes and bottles. There, I said. My human stroller. She laughed again and waved him in. He offered a polite smile, not his usual one. He was a doctor, internal medicine, but he had a quiet intuition about people. He never said much unless something was wrong. I remember thinking he looked tired. Inside, the house was filled with soft music and a low hum of voices. Everything was color-coordinated. Pinks, greens, and soft golds. On the kitchen island there were cucumber sandwiches, sliced fruit, and cupcakes shaped like tiny bassinets. A white frosted cake read, "Almost there," in curly script. She had truly outdone herself. "Do you need to sit?" she asked, gesturing to a large armchair. "I'm fine," I said. But I sat anyway. She perched on a stool nearby, holding a mason jar of lemonade. People trickled in. Mutual friends, coworkers, a couple of her cousins, no one I didn't recognize. I smiled through small talk, answered all the usual questions about cravings and kicks, and what I thought labor would be like. I looked over at her often. She smiled when people asked her about her baby, patted her belly like clockwork, and laughed at all the right times. But she didn't waddle, not like I did. Her feet weren't swollen. Her fingers looked normal. Her breathing wasn't shallow. I brushed it off. It wasn't until she stood to greet someone new that my husband leaned over and whispered, "We need to go soon." I blinked. "Why?" "I'll explain later." That's how he always spoke when something serious was happening. Calm, deliberate, short, but I waved it off. "Can we just stay until after she cuts the cake?" His jaw tightened. 15 minutes, then we leave. I looked at him, searching his face. He didn't look angry, he looked alert. I excused myself to go to the bathroom and tried to shake the tension from my shoulders. Maybe he was tired. Maybe something at work had followed him home. I splashed water on my face and returned just in time to see her refusing a hug from one of her aunts. "Careful," she said, laughing nervously. "I'm feeling super sensitive today." She stepped back when the aunt's hand reached for her belly. Not rudely, just enough. It registered somewhere in the back of my mind, but I didn't question it. She always hated people touching her. The cake was cut, the gifts opened. She cried when she saw mine, a soft pink blanket I'd hand-knitted over the last 3 months. "I love it," she said, holding it to her chest. "She'll sleep in this every night, I swear." I smiled. She had tears in her eyes. Then, almost as if on cue, my husband stood. "We're going," he said, his voice low but firm. She looked up, surprised. "Already?" I have a patient follow-up. He lied. I knew it was a lie, he wasn't on call. I stood anyway. My legs felt unsteady, like I was suddenly made of paper. I hugged her goodbye. She squeezed me tightly, her voice soft in my ear. I'm so glad you came. Let's do a movie night soon. Just us. I nodded, but something in my stomach twisted. As we walked to the car, I could feel it building. The cold, quiet fear that only comes when someone else knows something you don't. We got in. He turned the ignition. For a moment, the only sound was the soft click of the air conditioner starting up. Then he looked at me. She's not pregnant, he said flatly. My heart stopped. What? She's faking it? I stared at him. My pulse began to roar in my ears. That's insane. I'm telling you as a doctor, he said. There's no pregnancy, no swelling, no shifting center of gravity, no gait change, no vascular changes in her face. Her breathing's not restricted, and she flinched when someone touched her belly. I swallowed hard. That doesn't mean. I've seen this before. He pulled out of the driveway. In residency, he continued, there was a case. A woman came in unconscious, claimed she was 36 weeks. There was no baby. She'd worn a silicone belly. Turned out she'd lost a pregnancy 2 years earlier. Never told anyone. She started tracking someone else's pregnancy. Became convinced it was meant to be hers. The air felt thinner suddenly. My throat closed. Are you saying? I'm saying. He cut in gently. You need to be careful. I looked down at my belly. My daughter moved beneath my hand just once, like a twitch, like she knew something I didn't. You think she's watching me? He didn't answer. He didn't need to. I stared out the passenger window in silence, watching the blur of trees and driveways as we passed. My husband kept his eyes on the road, both hands steady on the wheel, but I could feel the tension in him. Not anger, something quieter, focused. He was doing the math in his head, probably replaying every second of the last 2 hours. I swallowed hard. You really think she's lying? That she's pretending to be pregnant? I think it's possible, he said. More than possible. I didn't answer because I didn't want to believe it. Felt too big, too messy. This was the girl who held my hair back while I threw up in the first trimester. The one who showed up at my door with mango slices and almond milk when I said I couldn't keep anything down. She cried when I told her I was having a girl. She's my best friend, I whispered. He glanced at me briefly. I know. That's what makes it so dangerous. I sat back in my seat and rested my hand on my stomach, needing the contact, needing the reminder of something real. My daughter moved again, just a small flutter, but it grounded me. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe through the thoughts crowding in. She said she had a scare a few weeks ago, I said after a while. That's why she missed dinner. He nodded. And did she say what kind of scare? Just spotting, I think. Did she say what hospital? No. Did you ever see any ultrasound pictures? I frowned, trying to remember. I'd seen one once. She texted it to me early on, but it was blurry and generic. Could have been anyone's. At the time, I didn't question it. I was just excited we were going through this together, and now I wasn't sure. She always asked about my appointments, I said slowly. Every time, like clockwork. He didn't respond. And when I'd tell her, she'd say things like, I'm a week ahead of you, or that's what happened to me too. I thought it was just shared experience. He exhaled, slow and quiet. People in her state of mind mimic what they see. They become experts in patterns. They follow the routines, the cravings, the due dates. They copy everything because they're not living it. They're studying it. I turned to look at him. Are you saying she's obsessed with me? I'm saying she's emotionally unstable. That doesn't automatically make her dangerous. But she might be. Yes. The word settled between us like smoke. I tried to picture her now back at the house, still smiling, still floating through her perfect shower. She'd cried when she opened the pink blanket I'd made, held it to her chest like it meant something. Maybe it did. Maybe it meant more than I realized. She always asks if I'm alone, I said suddenly. What? When she texts, she says things like, Are you by yourself? Or is he home? I thought she was just being considerate. He gripped the wheel tighter. And when I told her I was picking a birthing center instead of a hospital, she kept asking about protocols, about who'd be allowed in the room, about pain meds, and how fast the staff responded. That's not normal curiosity, he said. That's someone planning. My breath caught. She asked me for my birth plan, I whispered. Said she wanted to compare. I sent her mine. He didn't answer. Of course he didn't. I closed my eyes. It was like replaying a conversation from a dream and realizing it had been a nightmare all along. I thought back to one night in particular, weeks ago. She came over late, said she'd just gotten out of therapy and didn't want to go home yet. I let her in. She brought soup. I was too tired to eat, but she insisted, stirred it for me, put a blanket over my legs while I sat on the couch. I fell asleep before I finished the bowl. When I woke up, she was gone. The bowl was rinsed. The lights were off. I remember thinking how kind that was. Now I wondered how long she stayed after I fell asleep. If she walked through the house, if she stood at the foot of my bed. I shook my head hard. She hasn't done anything to hurt me? I said out loud. Maybe to him, maybe to myself. Not yet, he said. But we don't wait for that part. We take distance. We stop giving her information. We lock down. Should we confront her? No, he said immediately. That could escalate it. Especially if she believes she's doing nothing wrong. I nodded slowly. She always told me she had a name picked out, I said. But she never told me what it was. Just said she didn't want to jinx it. That's what people say when they don't have one. I leaned my head against the window and watched the sky go dim as we turned onto our street. He was right. She knew everything about my baby. Her name, her due date, my fears, my routine, where we kept the spare key, what medications I was allowed to take, my allergies, my birth plan, everything. And I didn't know the first thing about hers because there was nothing to know. That realization didn't come like a thunderclap. It settled slowly, like fog seeping into a room I thought was sealed. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay awake long after he drifted off, one hand resting on my stomach, the other clinging to my phone like it might provide some sort of answer or proof or clarity. I didn't find any of that. What I found was a digital scrapbook of patterns I hadn't noticed before. I started with her feed. She'd always had a clean aesthetic, neutrals, soft pinks, candids that looked accidental but clearly weren't. I scrolled down months back to when she first announced her pregnancy. A mirror selfie, just her facing sideways, one hand cradling a modest bump. The caption was vague. Love grows here. There were no tags, no location, no doctor's name, no ultrasound. I hadn't questioned it then. She'd told me personally just a few days before posting it. I was already 10 weeks along, barely showing, when she called me sobbing and said she had news. I remember holding the phone in one hand and a saltine in the other, laughing and crying at the same time. We'll be pregnant together, she said. We'll raise them side by side. That call had felt like a gift. Now it felt like something else entirely. As I kept scrolling, I noticed something I hadn't registered at the time. Her posts were always about the pregnancy, but never about a pregnancy process. She posted bump updates, but never ultrasound photos. Talked about kicks, but never about appointments. She never mentioned a doctor's name, never mentioned cravings or insomnia or back pain. No baby shower planning until she brought it up weeks ago. And then I found it, the gap. There was a period about 5 months ago where she didn't post for weeks. Just stopped cold. No stories, no captions, nothing. Before that, there had been some excitement, a few maternity outfit posts, a shot of a prenatal yoga mat. Then silence. I clicked through our texts from around that same time. There were none. I'd messaged her a few times asking how she was. She replied late, saying she was tired, dealing with migraines, resting offline. I remembered worrying a little, but I was so nauseated at the time that I didn't push it. I barely had the energy to shower. Then about 6 weeks later, she was back, but something had changed. The photos became different. Same style, same filters, same soft lighting, but now her body was never fully visible. Only partial angles, always the same corner of her apartment. The same wrap dress, always alone. One of the most recent posts had been just a flat lay of baby clothes folded neatly on a white bedspread. No context. The caption read, "Almost ready." It looked like a catalog shot. I checked the tags. None. Checked the comments. Nothing odd. Then I opened the image again and zoomed in. The clothes still had tags. A few still had the clear packaging lines visible. They hadn't been washed. She hadn't posted anything about a hospital bag. No car seat, no prenatal vitamins. But she knew what brand I was taking. She was the one who recommended it. I felt my throat dry up. I tapped over to her stories. Recent ones were just reposts of baby quotes. Affirmations, things like, "Strong mamas birth strong babies," and "I can't wait to meet you, little one." Nothing personal, no videos, no belly movement, no voice. My husband stirred beside me. I whispered. She stopped posting right when she would have lost it. He sat up slowly, rubbing his face. "What?" I turned the phone toward him. "Here," I said. "These are her posts before the silence. She looks genuinely pregnant. These are from after. Same dress, same background, but always cropped, never touching her stomach, never showing skin." He squinted at the screen. "It's the same picture over and over. She never told me she lost the baby, but I think she did. I think she lost it and just pretended she didn't." He didn't answer right away. He didn't have to, because we both understood what that meant. This wasn't someone acting out of jealousy. This wasn't just about envy or grief. It was delusion. It was replication. I remembered now. 2 months ago, I was at her place for tea. We were sitting on the couch and I asked her if she wanted to feel the baby kick. Mine had just started strong movements, and I was beaming with pride, eager to share it. She paused, looked down at her stomach, then smiled softly and said, "She's shy today." I hadn't thought twice. I just nodded. But now I saw it clearly. She didn't let me touch her. Not once. My husband leaned back against the headboard. If she lost the baby and never told anyone, she could have decided to just continue the story with mine, I said quietly. He didn't speak, just watched me. She always said it was fate, that our girls would grow up together, that we'd be on maternity leave at the same time, that they'd have playdates before they could walk. And I'd believed her because when someone calls themselves your best friend, you don't look for lies. You don't expect betrayal dressed as love. But now I knew what she'd really meant. We weren't sharing the experience. She was borrowing mine. The more I let that idea take shape, the more it started filling in the blank spaces of the past 8 months, like pouring ink over invisible writing. It was all there, buried in plain sight. The calls, the mirrored symptoms, the odd deflections when I asked basic questions, the growing distance between her posts and reality. I wasn't just remembering now. I was investigating, and I couldn't stop. That morning, while my husband went to work, I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of lukewarm tea and my laptop open. I pulled up every digital trail I could think of. Text threads, email receipts, even our old pregnancy tracker app where we'd logged milestones together. She'd stopped updating hers months ago. No explanation. It was all too carefully curated, too symmetrical. She always said she was exactly 10 days ahead of me. Our due dates lined up with mathematical precision. When I mentioned my baby kicking, hers had just started, too. When I said my feet were swelling, she said she'd gone up a shoe size. But now that I was looking at the details, none of it added up. And then I checked something I hadn't thought of before, her old blog. It was a lifestyle blog she barely updated anymore. But years ago she'd used it like a digital diary. Most of the old posts were locked behind passwords, but one was still public, a short entry from just over a year ago. It was a grief piece. She didn't name the loss, but I recognized her tone. The words were sparse, stripped raw. When your body breaks the promise before you ever got to keep it, how do you tell anyone? How do you say goodbye to someone no one else ever met? I hadn't seen that post before. She never told me. The timestamp was from early spring, 3 months before I found out I was pregnant. My hands felt cold on the keyboard. I looked at the date again. If she'd had a miscarriage around then, and I told her about my pregnancy in late summer, that gave her time. Time to mourn quietly, then reconstruct a version of herself that never lost anything, or rather, to reconstruct a version of me. I opened her social media page again and scrolled to that same time frame before the loss. Photos with her partner at the lake, smiles, wine glasses, a caption that read, "Grateful for everything coming." Then nothing for 5 weeks. After that, baby content almost immediately. But this time, her captions changed. They became more abstract. Growth, quiet power, miracles. And not a single one ever said the words, "I'm pregnant." Not once. The announcement, I remembered, had never really existed. I had projected it. I assumed because she'd told me over the phone, because she'd said it with conviction, because she shared symptoms and sent bump pictures. I assumed she'd made it public. She hadn't. The bump photos were staged. The captions vague. She was never lying to the world. She was only lying to me. I leaned back in my chair, pulse thudding in my ears. I felt stupid, but more than that, I felt invaded. I thought about the blanket I made her, the one she clutched at her shower, how her eyes welled up when she held it. She hadn't been moved because it was a gift from me. She was moved because she believed it was for her baby. My baby. I texted my husband, but he didn't respond right away, probably in a patient consult. I sat still for a long time. Then, out of instinct, I opened her profile again and checked her story. There it was. A blurry image, no caption, just a mobile of pink clouds hanging above a white crib. I recognized it. It was the exact model I had bookmarked on my registry. Not a common one, handmade, expensive. She hadn't liked it when I first showed her. I remembered. She said it was too whimsical, but now it was in her nursery. Unless I pulled up the image again and zoomed. The walls behind the crib were familiar. I looked across the room at our guest bedroom. Same shade of soft cream, same narrow vertical windows. I stood slowly, every muscle in my body tensing as I walked down the hall. The room was empty, of course. The crib hadn't been delivered yet, but the walls, they matched exactly. I stared at the image again, and then I saw it. The edge of a mirror in the corner, the reflection of the window, the faint outline of a framed photo I knew sat on our bookshelf. She had taken a photo inside our house. Somehow, somewhere. I stood there for what felt like forever. And then the doorbell rang. I froze. Not because it was her. I was sure it wasn't. But because in that moment I realized something far worse. She didn't need to be present to make me feel unsafe. She just needed access. She had rewritten herself into my life with such careful mimicry that she didn't have to steal anything physically. She only had to convince me she already had it. The doorbell rang again. I didn't move. Eventually, it stopped. I checked the camera feed. It was just a delivery driver, a package, something I didn't remember ordering. I opened it with trembling hands. Inside, a pale pink swaddle blanket. No note, no receipt, just folded fabric, soft as breath. I dropped it and backed away. The real gift wasn't the blanket. It was the message. I'm closer than you think. That's what the blanket meant. It wasn't about warmth. It was a statement, a symbol, a warning disguised as affection. And maybe the worst part of it all was how subtle it was. How soft. I didn't tell my husband about the package until that night. He came home late, looked exhausted, and I couldn't bring myself to start the conversation over dinner. I waited until we were in bed, our daughter rolling under my ribs like she could sense something was wrong again. She sensed something? I said quietly, staring at the ceiling. He sat up, instantly alert. What? A blanket. No return label, no note. It was delivered to the door. I checked the camera footage. She wasn't the one who dropped it off. It was a courier. His expression changed. Something between fury and concern. You're sure it was from her? She bought the exact one I had saved in my registry. The one she told me looked too whimsical. She knew what it meant to me. He rubbed his hands over his face. Okay, we changed the locks again. Cancel any deliveries. Notify the registry site. You need to stay offline completely. I nodded. I already deleted the registry. He looked at me. She was in this house. I know. A long pause. We don't give her an inch, he said quietly but firmly. I didn't say what I was thinking. She didn't need an inch anymore. She already had the blueprint, not just of our home but of me. That weekend, she started texting again. Not aggressively, not with threats, with kindness. Thinking of you. Wanna grab lunch this week? My treat. I had a dream about your little girl. She's going to be so strong. I'd love to bring you dinner sometime or just sit with you if you're feeling anxious. I know how overwhelming it gets this late in pregnancy. Every message was perfectly phrased. No malice, no pressure, just the slow drip of someone who refuses to believe the door has been closed. I didn't respond. She texted again 2 days later. I can't help but feel like you're pulling away. Is everything okay? Then did I do something wrong? And finally, you don't have to go through this alone. You know that, right? I blocked the number. She messaged me on a different one the next day. I saw a bassinet today that reminded me of yours. I almost bought it. You still need one, right? I didn't block it immediately. I just stared at it for a long time, wondering how she remembered the brand. Then I realized she didn't remember. She'd written it down somewhere in a journal or document or notebook. She'd been tracking my pregnancy like it was her own. My cravings, my vitamins, my birth plan, the swaddle blanket I added to the list 2 months ago before deleting it. She wasn't improvising. She was copying. The following week, the text stopped, but the calls began. Blocked numbers, voicemails left at odd hours. Her voice sounding steady, measured, compassionate. I know you're overwhelmed. I can help. I just want to help. I know you're scared, but don't shut people out. That's how mistakes happen. One night, my husband's phone buzzed. He answered without looking, thinking it was a patient. I heard her voice before he hung up. You don't have to protect her from me. His face went still. He didn't speak for a long time. Then he locked the phone and said, We need to take this seriously now. No more waiting. I didn't ask what he meant. I knew we'd been treating her like a friend who lost control. But friends didn't show up in your house when you weren't there. They didn't send blankets that mirrored your dreams. They didn't rewrite your life and offer it back to you one message at a time. She wasn't trying to hurt me. She was trying to replace me. A few nights later, she called my mother, told her she was worried, that I wasn't answering, that maybe something had gone wrong with the baby, that someone needed to check on me. My mother called in a panic. I reassured her as best I could, but the damage was done. Now she'd inserted doubt into my family. And that was the point, wasn't it? She wasn't trying to force her way in. She was trying to make me look unstable, isolated, like I needed help. Help that only she could provide. A few days after that, a box arrived at my mother's door. A full newborn layette set. A note attached. She'll look beautiful in this. Can't wait to meet her. My mother asked if I'd sent it. I told her no. She didn't ask again. Instead, she came over the next day, sat on the couch beside me and said, Tell me everything from the beginning. So I did, and she didn't interrupt. Not once. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then, she said, So, what are you going to do? I looked down at my belly, my hand resting over the soft curve of it. I'm going to disappear, I said. Not forever. Just long enough. Those words didn't sound dramatic when I said them. They felt surgical, like closing a wound. We weren't running. We were removing ourselves from reach, from interference, from her. The next morning, my husband and I started planning. We canceled all remaining appointments at the birthing center. I emailed my OB and requested a transfer of care, citing relocation. We wiped our phones, factory reset. Everything. No SIM cards, no cloud backups. We pulled cash, prepped a rental car under his cousin's name, and packed only what we needed. Took 2 days. In that time, we told no one. Not my friends, not his parents, not even my mother. Not because we didn't trust them, but because we couldn't be sure who she might contact. The fewer threads she had to pull, the less chance she'd find us. On the third morning, before sunrise, we left. We drove for hours in silence, across state lines, past gas stations and empty rest stops, through towns we'd never heard of. Eventually, we arrived at a furnished guest house behind a farmhouse. Quiet, private, rural. A friend of a friend owned the place. No paperwork, no records, paid in cash. There was no mailbox, no doorbell. It was perfect. We changed our names at check-in. No real names, not even close. My husband listed us as a couple on sabbatical. No questions asked. I deleted all remaining apps. No more pregnancy trackers, no social media, no notes saved on my phone. We kept one burner phone turned off unless absolutely necessary. He used it once to let his cousin know we'd arrived. Nothing else. I kept thinking the paranoia would ease once we were there. Didn't. I checked the windows every few hours, kept the curtains shut, walked slowly from room to room like I was still being watched. My daughter kicked constantly now, each movement like a reminder. I'm here. I'm close. Protect me. And I did. We kept the lights low at night, moved only during the day. I memorized the sound of our new refrigerator's hum, the exact creak of the second floorboard in the hallway, the flicker pattern of the motion light by the back door. Every unknown sound sent a jolt through me. It wasn't about logic anymore. It was about safety. And then, as if the world wanted to challenge our commitment, we started hearing from people. Not directly, not clearly, but in fragments. An old friend texted the cousin who booked the rental. Just a casual message. Hey, weird question. Have you heard from her lately? Someone's been asking around. The cousin didn't answer, just forwarded it. Then another message from my husband's former colleague. There's a woman looking for you. Says you're close friends. Seems worried. No name, but we knew. She wasn't using threats or drama or showing up. She was casting lines, hoping someone would bite. I watched him delete each message without replying. He didn't even flinch, but I could tell he was waiting for something worse. We both were. For 2 weeks, nothing came. We stayed quiet. My belly grew heavier. My back hurt constantly, but the silence stretched long enough that we almost let ourselves breathe. And then we heard from the midwife, not our current one, the first. She left a voicemail on the burner phone. Confused. Hi. I'm just calling because someone came in asking for your chart. She said she was a family member and that you'd been transferred here. I didn't give her anything, obviously, but she was persistent. My husband played the message for me on speaker. My whole body went cold. She tried to access your medical records, he said quietly. I nodded, throat tight. She's getting desperate. No one knew we'd use that clinic except for her. I had mentioned it once in a conversation months ago when I was still deciding. She must have written it down, remembered. I felt nauseous, not because of her persistence, but because it was working. She had gathered enough puzzle pieces to trace our steps. She was behind us, not far, but not close enough to act, and that made her more dangerous than ever. The next day, I received an email on an old account I forgot was still active. The subject line read, I forgive you. The body of the message was blank. I didn't reply. I didn't forward it. I just read it once and deleted it. That night, my husband sat beside me on the bed and asked, Do you still think she's trying to hurt you? I thought about it. I didn't feel like she wanted to hurt me. Not physically, not directly. I think she wanted to be necessary, indispensable. Like, if she inserted herself deeply enough into my story, I wouldn't be able to cut her out. That I'd need her, invite her back in, that I'd eventually hand her the one thing she couldn't fabricate. My daughter. I think she believes she's helping, I said finally. I think she really believes that. He didn't argue because that kind of belief is exactly what makes people dangerous, especially when they start to lose control of the story. And she was losing it. We just didn't know yet how far she'd go to reclaim it. But we found out. It happened 5 days later. I was 38 weeks and a few days on edge, swollen, constantly short of breath. We just finished breakfast when the burner phone rang. It hadn't made a sound in over a week. My husband picked it up. I watched his face change. It's the clinic, he said and put the call on speaker. It wasn't our new midwife. It was someone from administration. She sounded nervous. Hi. I wanted to let you know there was an incident this morning. My husband glanced at me. She continued. A woman came into the hospital claiming to be the mother of a newborn. She gave your name. She said you had the baby early and that there was a mix-up with discharge. She tried to convince staff the baby was hers. The room went still. She didn't get far. The hospital flagged the ID she gave fake. When she couldn't produce any medical documentation or prenatal records, security stepped in. She became agitated and started screaming at one of the nurses. "What happened next?" he asked. "She collapsed. Psychologically, not physically. She was taken into custody under a 5,150 hold." My breath caught. "Wait," I said, sitting forward. "She's in a psychiatric hold?" "Yes," the woman said. "She's being evaluated now. It'll be at least 72 hours, possibly longer, depending on what the attending determines." I felt like I was floating outside my own body. "Did she name us?" my husband asked. "Yes," she said. "Several times. She insisted the baby was hers and that you—" A pause. "That you were helping her, but then changed your mind. She said she forgave you." He closed his eyes. I stayed quiet. The call ended with a promise. They would notify us if she attempted contact again. That she wouldn't be released without a formal review. That she was no longer a loose thread. But that wasn't how it felt. It felt like the air had been knocked from the room. For months, she'd been circling, building her world around mine like a second skin. Now she had ripped through the fabric and exposed everything. And I didn't know if I felt relief or grief. Because the girl who once cried at my engagement party, who bought us matching mugs when I told her I was pregnant, who sat beside me during my second trimester scan while my husband was at work, that girl had unraveled. I had sensed it, denied it, justified it. But the truth was, she'd been losing herself long before she tried to take anything from me. "She really believed it," I said softly. "Didn't she?" He nodded. "Delusional disorder or grief-induced psychosis? Maybe both. I thought I would feel safe when it ended." He looked at me. "And I feel haunted." That afternoon we sat together in silence. Not out of fear anymore, but out of exhaustion. I slept for 3 hours straight, the first uninterrupted sleep I'd had in weeks. When I woke, there were no missed calls, no blocked messages, no sudden shadows at the door, just him and the soft stretch of my daughter pressing upward beneath my ribs. We didn't talk much that night. We didn't need to. But there was one thing I had to say. "You were right." He looked up from the couch. "You saw it before I did. All of it." He didn't gloat, didn't smile. He just said, "I wish I hadn't been." We packed our things over the next few days. Carefully, slowly. Not because we were rushing to leave, but because the moment we had waited for had finally come. The one where we could return home without looking over our shoulders. Still, I moved cautiously. The weight of everything still lingered. I kept thinking about the moment she must have realized I was really gone. That I had stepped out of the life she'd built in her mind. What had that felt like? What final crack opened wide enough for her to walk into a hospital and say out loud, "That baby is mine"? We'll never know. But someone had heard her. Someone had finally drawn a line. It wasn't justice, not exactly, but it was something. It was enough. The night before we left the safe house, I walked into the nursery we'd created from borrowed furniture and hand-washed linens. I sat in the rocking chair, slow and heavy, and whispered to my daughter that she was safe now, that nothing was coming for her, that the story being written around her was ours and no one else's. And for the first time in months, I believed it. The drive back felt like we were coming up for air after being submerged too long. Roads that had once felt neutral now felt personal. Familiar storefronts, old intersections. Everything looked sharper, clearer. Like the fear had bleached away a layer of dullness we didn't realize had settled over our lives. We didn't tell anyone we were back. Not right away, not even my mother. We moved quietly, rented a small apartment under my husband's name through a friend. No forwarding address, no social media posts. I used a different number to reach out to my new OB. Booked one final appointment to check everything before the birth. I was 39 weeks and 5 days when I went into labor. Started slowly. Tightness, then pressure, then the kind of pain that made me grip the edge of the kitchen counter and whisper, "Okay, now." He was ready. Our bags had been packed for days. He loaded the car calmly, like he'd rehearsed it in his mind 100 times. I sat in the back seat, rocking gently, focusing on breathing and not thinking about everything we just survived. The hospital staff was kind, attentive. They didn't know our full story, just the basics. No visitors allowed, private room, no information released to anyone, not listed explicitly. My husband had explained the family situation delicately, but firmly. They didn't ask twice. The labor lasted 11 hours. There was pain, of course. There was blood and sweat and crying. But there was something else, too. Something I didn't expect. Peace. It was the safest I'd felt in a long, long time. When she was born, the room went still. Not quiet, still. Like the world paused for a breath and whispered, "She's here." They placed her on my chest and everything dissolved. Fear, exhaustion, anger. She blinked up at me, eyes swollen and sleepy, her tiny fists curling in the air like she was stretching after a long dream. I didn't cry right away. I just held her and whispered her name again and again. He sat beside us and didn't say anything for a long time. Then he reached out and touched her hand and said, "We did it." And for the first time since this all began, I didn't feel like we were surviving something. I felt like we were starting over. We stayed in the hospital 2 nights. My vitals were strong. Her APGAR scores were perfect. Every time someone walked in the room, I tensed slightly, expecting a disruption, but it never came. The hours passed like water through fingers, slow, but sure. On the second morning, I finally turned my phone back on. There were dozens of missed messages from my mother, all checking in. 2 from an old coworker, and 1 name I didn't expect to see. The hospital administrator. I hesitated before opening it. It was short. "She's been placed under long-term psychiatric observation. She won't be released until cleared by court-appointed evaluators. No attempts at contact have been made since the incident. You're no longer on any active concern list. Just thought you'd want to know. Be well." I showed my husband. He nodded once and deleted it. We didn't talk about her again that day. Not because it wasn't important, but because she had finally been pushed far enough from our orbit that we didn't have to rearrange our thoughts around her anymore. When we got home, my mother met us outside the building. She didn't ask questions. She just wrapped her arms around me while I held my daughter in her carrier and whispered, "You did everything right." We didn't post photos for a week. When we finally did, it was just 1 image of her tiny hand curled around mine. I turned off comments. The caption was simple. "She's here, safe, ours." Nothing else. But I saw it the next morning. A like from a profile I didn't recognize. No picture, no posts, just a vague username that could have belonged to anyone. Anyone. I showed him the screen. He shook his head. "Could be nothing," he said. I nodded, "But it could be her." He shrugged. "Doesn't matter." He was right. Because now, even if she was watching, she was doing so from the outside. And for once, we weren't looking back. But that didn't mean she vanished completely. Obsession leaves residue on your habits, your thoughts, your routines. Even in peace, I found myself flinching at unexpected knocks, checking locks 3 times before bed, keeping the stroller handle wrapped tightly in my hand whenever we went outside. She was gone but not erased. And that was the difference. Our daughter was nearly 6 weeks old when the first letter came. No return address, no name, just our names, handwritten in neat, careful script on the envelope. It was slipped into our mailbox directly, bypassing the postal system. My husband found it first and opened it without a word. Inside, a single page typed, "I missed the version of us that never got broken." That was it. No signature. We didn't show it to anyone. Didn't take it to the police, didn't scan it, document it, file a report. We just burned it and watched it curl to ash in the kitchen sink. Not because we weren't scared, but because we had decided something long before, that we would not be pulled back into her narrative. She had taken enough. Still, the timing rattled us. We had told no one our new address. We moved again 2 days later, this time even smaller, more remote. We didn't announce it. We didn't even change our mailing info, just paid cash, unplugged the internet, and kept the world at arm's length. The silence returned, and with it a kind of uneasy rhythm. We started seeing a therapist, a specialist in trauma dynamics, together and separately. It helped. She helped. She never once used the word crazy. She used words like disassociation, projection, fixation, words that made the situation feel clinical instead of cinematic. My husband talked more during those sessions than I'd ever heard him speak in our entire relationship. I talked less because I didn't know how to describe the grief of losing someone who was still alive. That was the part no one prepared me for. She had been my best friend, the kind of friend who sat on the bathroom floor with me while I vomited, who cried when I did, who sent flowers after every OB appointment, and knew my Starbucks order by memory. And yet all that closeness had been weaponized, used as scaffolding to build a reality where she got to live inside my skin, where she got to rewrite the rules, where my child became her ending. I didn't talk about that in therapy. Not for weeks. But eventually I did. And when I said it, I cried. Not because I was scared, because I was tired. Tired of carrying the weight of someone else's unraveling. The therapist said something I still think about often. Not all grief is yours to carry. You're allowed to lay down what doesn't belong to you. So I did. In small ways at first. I opened the curtains. I went for walks without scanning every face. I let myself laugh when my daughter kicked a sock off and giggled like it was a joke only she understood. I stopped checking our security cameras every morning. But I never deleted them, because healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means adapting. The second letter came 2 months later. This time it was left on the windshield of our car while we were inside a grocery store. No envelope, just a folded piece of paper, water-stained at the edges. She would have loved me. You know that, right? My husband found it. Didn't even show it to me until hours later. When he did, I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stared at it, then quietly shredded it and flushed the pieces. He watched me. "Are you okay?" "No," I said honestly. "But I'm getting better." We both were. We'd agreed early on that if she ever reached out in person again, if she broke the terms of her psychiatric release, we'd involve the authorities. Until then, we kept documenting quietly, safely, letting time prove what emotion couldn't. That we were not playing her game anymore. And slowly, life began to return in shades. Our daughter rolled over for the first time on a rainy Thursday. She smiled when we sang off-key. She hated socks, loved ceiling fans. We were building something new, something real. There were no baby showers, no shared mother-daughter playdates, no parallel pregnancies. Just us, the three of us. One night, my husband asked, "Do you think she'll ever stop?" I didn't answer right away. Instead, I said, "Do you think she knows she needs to?" He didn't say anything, because that was the truth neither of us could admit. We weren't afraid she'd come back. We were afraid she'd never realize she shouldn't. And in the end, we were right. 3 months passed, then 4. There were no more letters, no knocks, no messages through mutual friends. The silence stretched so long it became suspicious in itself. Too clean, too complete. We started to think the obsession had found a new outlet, another subject to cling to, someone else to mimic or follow or fixate on. But it didn't feel like relief. It felt like the pause before an aftershock. And then, in the 5th month, the hospital called again. Not ours, a facility several counties away. My husband answered the phone, standing at the edge of the kitchen with our daughter asleep on his chest. His voice didn't change while he listened. It rarely did. He hung up and looked at me. "She's back in." Involuntary psychiatric hold. I stopped stirring the bottle in my hand. "She did it again." He nodded. Went into an emergency room claiming she had a baby. Told them someone stole her daughter at birth. Insisted they run DNA tests. Staff flagged her immediately. This time they didn't just hold her. They transferred her to a long-term inpatient psychiatric center. She was no longer considered a danger to others, but to herself. "She didn't name us," he added almost gently. Felt like a strange kindness, a final act of erasure. For the first time since everything started, I sat down slowly and let it all sink in. Not with fear, not with adrenaline, but with an unsettling numbness, like waiting for a ship to dock that had already sunk. "She still thinks she had a baby," I said. He didn't reply because he didn't have to. The truth had always been impossible to accept. Somewhere along the way, grief and longing and fantasy had collapsed in her mind. What began as imitation had spiraled into delusion, a version of motherhood so deeply embedded in her that she couldn't separate it from reality anymore. She wasn't trying to hurt me, I whispered. She was trying to stay inside the only story that made sense to her. She never hated me, I whispered. Not really. She envied you, he said. And then she became convinced she was you. The line between love and obsession had vanished long ago. We updated our safety file, made a formal record with the hospital that she'd been admitted again. Nothing dramatic, just precautions. Not because we expected her to reach out again, but because trauma teaches you that quiet doesn't mean it's over. That night, after we put our daughter to sleep, I stood by the crib and stared at her for a long time. I thought about how close I had come to letting someone into this room, someone who had never truly grieved, never healed, only recreated. I thought about the blanket, the texts, the pink mobile she copied, the way she said we'll raise them together when I was 10 weeks along. And I thought about how the world had moved on from her while we were still learning how to breathe in it again. A few days later, I visited my mother for coffee. We didn't talk about the past much, but as I was leaving, she touched my arm and said, "Sometimes love turns into something else when it doesn't have anywhere to go." I didn't know if she meant my friend or me, but either way, she was right. When we got back home, I saw the small box waiting on our front step. No name, no return address. I didn't touch it. I called him. He opened it carefully, gloved. Outside. Inside. A pink photo album. Empty. Completely blank. Just the cover. Embossed with gold lettering. Our first year. We reported it, documented it. There was no evidence linking it to her directly, but there didn't need to be. We knew. We didn't burn this one. We kept it in a sealed bag with the rest of the evidence. But I never opened it again because I knew what it meant. It wasn't a threat. It was a goodbye. Her final narrative was complete. The baby she imagined had lived out her story. 1 year, 1 life, 1 arc. All that remained was the keepsake. But there was no ours. Not then, not ever. Only her alone, and us still here, real. The words became a quiet mantra between us. In the foggy moments of sleep deprivation, in the mundane tasks of new parenthood, bottles, burp cloths, endless diaper changes, we held on to that phrase like it was the only proof we needed that we had made it through. But the world has a way of catching up. It was around our daughter's first birthday. We hadn't planned anything extravagant. Just a small celebration, just the 3 of us. A vanilla cake, a silly candle. We sang off-key while she smacked frosting into her hair and squealed with joy. I took a photo, posted it. First time in nearly a year. Nothing too personal, just her little hand with the candle in the background. The caption read, 1. Safe, loved. I hesitated before pressing post, but something inside me felt ready. Ready to re-enter the world. Ready to tell our story again, in our own way. It took less than 2 hours for the message to come through. Not a comment, not a like, a private message request buried under spam. The name wasn't hers. It was a placeholder username just like before. But I knew the message only said, "She's beautiful. I'm glad she's okay." No threats, no accusations, just that. Part of me froze, another part didn't. I showed it to my husband. He read it, deleted it, then looked at me carefully. "She's not gone," I said. "No," he replied. "But she's not here either." And that distinction mattered because this time we didn't panic. We didn't move. We didn't change phone numbers or reset passwords. We just watched, waited. Nothing else came. A week passed. Then 2. And then, without fanfare, a friend of mine forwarded an article. Local news. A human interest piece buried under a pile of politics and weather. I clicked. She'd been hospitalized again. Not from another outburst, not from an incident. She had voluntarily walked into an ER midwinter, carrying nothing but a notebook. She told them she hadn't slept in 4 days, that she couldn't tell what was real anymore, that she had once had a daughter but didn't know where she went. This time she was admitted not under force, but by her own request. That detail hit me harder than I expected. I scrolled the article twice, hunting for more. There wasn't much. Her name had been abbreviated, no photos, no interviews, just a short blurb, noting she was receiving long-term care in a state-run psychiatric facility with limited visitation. She had surrendered not to us, to herself. I didn't know what to feel. I told my husband that night, and he said something that surprised me. She needed someone to believe she wasn't the villain. I looked at him. She did terrible things. Yes, he said. But in her mind, it was a love story, a rescue mission. She wanted to rewrite her own grief. I thought about that a long time. Later, when our daughter was asleep, we sat on the couch and I asked the question that had lingered for over a year. Do you remember the baby shower? He looked at me. Of course. When you told me we had to leave, when you looked at her, did you know? Or did you just guess? He paused. I recognized the look, he said finally. I've seen it before. Patients with fixed delusions, especially postpartum psychosis. There's a tension, a kind of performance they don't realize they're doing. I saw it in her eyes, and I saw how she looked at you. I nodded. I thought you were overreacting. I wasn't. I turned toward him softly. Thank you for not letting me talk us into staying. He didn't answer. He just reached for my hand and held it. And for the first time, we talked about it. Not in fragments, not in panic. We walked through the entire story, beginning to end. Laughed at things we couldn't laugh at before. Acknowledged the absurdity and the pain. Named it piece by piece. By the end of the conversation, it felt like something had shifted. Like the story no longer owned us. We owned it. That night, I wrote in a journal for the first time since the pregnancy. At the top of the page, I wrote, "You were my friend, then my shadow. Now you're just a chapter." And underneath, "But I am the one who finished the book, not her, not the obsession, not the fear. Me." And yet, finishing the story didn't mean forgetting it. It meant living with it honestly without letting it control the present. I had spent so many months looking over my shoulder that when I finally stopped, the stillness was almost too loud. But time has a way of sanding down even the sharpest edges. And life, real life, kept going. Our daughter turned 16 months old last week. She's all teeth and chaos now, tripping over her own feet, laughing at her own farts, pointing at birds like they're ancient magic. She has no idea what she lived through before she even took her first breath. And maybe that's the greatest gift we could have given her. Peace that she'll never have to remember. My husband changed hospitals last spring. It was his idea. Smaller town, quieter hours. He said he needed something slower, something with fewer emergencies, fewer reminders. I think he carries more from that year than he ever let on, especially the way he spotted it before I did, the descent, the mimicry, the obsession beneath the surface. He's good with instincts. Always has been. My mother stayed close. After that coffee conversation, she became a more constant presence. Not nosy, just quietly supportive. She never asked again about the letters or the fake Instagram accounts or the hospital calls. But every few weeks, she drops off groceries she accidentally overbought. Subtle, but not really. That's her way. She knows more than she says. She always has. As for the others, mutual friends, acquaintances, old coworkers, most drifted. I didn't explain much. I never went public with the details. I didn't name her. I didn't shame her. I just withdrew. Let the distance speak for itself. Some people reached out after the baby was born. Most didn't. Grief and scandal make people uncomfortable. I've learned that they prefer their messes to be loud, obvious, tragic in ways they can distance themselves from. But when something is soft and confusing and filled with ambiguity, like a woman pretending to be pregnant beside her best friend, it becomes harder to look at directly. So they didn't, and I stopped expecting them to. There was one person I kept thinking about, though, her sister. She'd only come up a few times briefly. I'd met her once at a family gathering years ago, before everything. She'd been quiet, reserved, polite. I remembered she worked in education, lived 2 states away, had a soft, sad smile like she was always half apologizing for the space she took up. I found her name again last month. I didn't reach out, but I looked her up once. She hadn't posted in years. Her last photo was of a candle on a windowsill. No caption, and something about that felt final. I don't know what their relationship was like after everything that happened. I don't know if she visited the psychiatric facility, if she got a call, if she sent a letter back, but I hope she found peace, too, or at least closure. Some stories don't need confrontation. They just need to end. As for her, my former best friend, I don't think of her as often now. When I do, it's not with anger. It's not even fear. It's with distance. Like looking at a house I once lived in that no longer feels like mine. I still don't know the full truth of her delusion. Whether it began as calculated or unhinged. Whether she truly believed the baby inside me should have been hers, or whether she just needed something to believe in after her world broke apart. But I know what she became and what I nearly lost because I was too afraid to name it. There's no dramatic ending. She remains in care as far as I know. We've had no further contact, no new letters, no shadows in windows. The last time her name appeared anywhere near ours was during a background check for my husband's new job. A flagged incident, confidential, redacted. Still, it came up. He was transparent. The hospital board signed off without issue. Good instincts. One of them told him. We laughed about it later. I don't think I'll ever tell our daughter the full story. Maybe one day if she's grown and there's a reason, I'll explain, carefully, honestly. But for now, it's just a quiet part of our past. A chapter closed, a danger faced, a home rebuilt. She won't remember the locked windows, the silent moves, the cautious steps. She'll only know we loved her enough to protect her before she was even born. And if that's all she ever knows, that's enough. Because some victories aren't loud. They're whispered at 2 a.m. over a sleeping child's breath. They're the quiet ones, the steady ones, the ones no one sees. But they're real and they're ours. Now on to the next story. Story 2. I found out my family has a group chat without me, and it wasn't what I expected. I'm a 29-year-old guy, the middle child sandwiched between two brothers, Peter, 34, and Luke, 25. If you'd asked me a few weeks ago, I'd have told you we're a pretty close-knit family. We're not perfect, but we've always been there for each other. At least, that's what I thought. Lately, though, things have fallen off. It started with small stuff like not being in on jokes during family dinners. Peter and Luke would be laughing about something, and when I'd ask, they'd just say, "Oh, it's nothing," or change the topic. I shrugged it off at first. I've been busy with work, and I figured I was just missing out on group chats or quick catch-ups. But then it started happening more often. I'd find out about family plans at the last minute, and Peter would reference something I had no clue about. It was like there was this invisible thread connecting everyone except me. The first real sign that something was up happened at a family barbecue. We were all hanging out in the backyard, and Luke was showing Peter something on his phone. They were giggling like kids, and I asked what was so funny. As soon as I spoke up, the laughter died. They exchanged this weird look before Luke stuffed his phone in his pocket and said, "Oh, it's nothing important." It was awkward. I tried to laugh it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were hiding something. The weirdness hit a new level last weekend. I was at my parents' house helping my mom with her laptop. She's terrible with tech, so I'm the unofficial tech guy of the family. While I was sorting out her email, her phone buzzed on the table. I didn't mean to look, but the screen lit up and I caught a glimpse of a notification. The family chat. The message preview was from Peter. "Just don't mention it in front of him today." My stomach dropped. The family chat? What the hell? I thought I was in the only family chat we had, the one with the usual boring stuff, grocery list reminders, the occasional meme. But this wasn't that chat. This was something else, something I wasn't a part of. I didn't say anything to my mom. I just handed her back the laptop and made up an excuse to leave. On the drive home, I kept replaying that message in my head. Just don't mention it in front of him today. What were they hiding from me? Was it something about me? Did I do something to upset them? I decided not to confront anyone right away. Instead, I started paying closer attention. I remembered a few months ago when plans for a family trip got changed at the last minute. At the time, they said it was because of Peter's work schedule, but now I wasn't so sure. And then there were the inside jokes I didn't get, the side conversations that ended as soon as I walked into the room. I pulled up my own phone and scrolled through our family chat. It was exactly what I remembered. Dry, basic stuff. Nothing like the message I saw on my mom's phone. There were no discussions, no jokes, no plans being made, just logistical messages like, "Who's bringing dessert on Sunday?" It felt like a placeholder chat, something to keep me from noticing there was another, more active one. I couldn't keep this to myself any longer, so I called my best friend, Brandon. We've been friends since college, and he's usually good at talking me down when I start spiraling. I told him everything. The weird looks, the secret chat, the message I saw. Brandon joked that maybe they were planning a surprise party for me or something, but even he didn't sound convinced. He told me to just ask them about it directly, but I wasn't ready for that yet. If it wasn't something innocent, I didn't want to look paranoid or crazy, so I decided to test the waters a bit. The next time I saw Luke, I casually asked if there were any new group chats I'd missed out on. He got this deer-in-the-headlights look before quickly saying, "No, just the usual one." His answer was too quick, too rehearsed. It confirmed what I already suspected. He was lying. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about all the possible reasons for the secret chat. Had I done something to upset them? Were they talking about me behind my back? I grabbed my phone and did what any sane person would do at 3 a.m. I went on Reddit. I searched for family secret chat and was surprised to find a bunch of posts from people in similar situations. Some discovered their family was planning a surprise, but others uncovered much worse. My anxiety skyrocketed as I read through those threads. The idea that my family might be hiding something serious from me kept me awake all night. The next day, I tried asking Peter a similar question just to see if I'd get a different answer. He played it cool, saying there was only one family chat, but I noticed he wouldn't look me in the eye. It felt like he was deflecting, trying to steer the conversation back to work or something else. I left the conversation more convinced than ever that something was going on. I knew I couldn't keep tiptoeing around this forever. I was either going to drive myself crazy with overthinking, or I was going to have to confront them. But I wasn't ready yet. I needed more information. I decided then and there that I was going to get to the bottom of it, even if it meant having an uncomfortable conversation with everyone. I've always trusted my family, but now I'm starting to wonder if I've been naive. Either way, I'm going to find out what's really going on, and I'm not stopping until I get answers. The next Sunday, we had a family dinner at Peter's place. It was one of those regular get-togethers we've been doing for years. Everyone brings a dish, we sit around the table and catch up. I figured it was the perfect time to test the waters. I wanted to see if I could get any of them to slip up without making it too obvious that I was digging. We were in the middle of dinner, talking about random stuff like Luke's new job and the latest movie Peter had watched. I casually mentioned how I had to mute a few group chats on my phone because they kept blowing up during work. I made a joke about it, pretending it was no big deal. I noticed it immediately, the slight pause. Luke glanced quickly at Peter, who didn't look up from his plate. A rush of adrenaline shot through me. I wasn't imagining things. There was definitely something they weren't telling me. After a moment, I went for it. "Hey, are there any group chats I'm not in?" I asked, keeping my voice light. It was almost like I was joking, but not really. The room went silent for a beat too long. Luke gave a nervous laugh and started talking about dessert as though I hadn't just asked a direct question. My mom got up to clear the dishes, moving quickly, while my dad seemed completely oblivious, focusing on the last of his mashed potatoes. Peter, though he still didn't look up, asked me about work instead, as if he was trying to steer the conversation away. It was too obvious. I couldn't believe they were being this blatant about it. I leaned back in my chair and said, "I know there's another family chat. I saw a notification on Mom's phone last week. That got their attention." Peter finally looked up, his face tightening. He didn't even try to hide his annoyance. My mom turned around from the sink, looking guilty as hell, while Luke's smile dropped. My dad still had no idea what was going on. The tension at that dinner was unbearable. When I made it clear that I knew about the other group chat, no one even bothered to deny it. My mom just looked away nervously, fiddling with the plates in front of her. Peter stared at me for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh, and Luke stared at the floor like he wished he could disappear. The only one who seemed clueless was my dad, who kept chewing his food, completely oblivious to the heavy atmosphere in the room. "Well," I pressed, crossing my arms. Is anyone going to explain what's going on? Why is there a family group chat that I'm not part of? Peter was the first to speak, but his tone was full of impatience. It's not a big deal, just a place for quick chats. You're overreacting. If it's not a big deal, why hide it from me? I shot back, feeling my irritation rise as he tried to brush the whole thing off. Luke opened his mouth but hesitated. I could see he wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. My mom finally muttered, "It's just that sometimes we thought you wouldn't be interested." That hit me like a punch. Wouldn't be interested? Interested in what? Do you think I don't care about the family? Is that it? That's not okay. Peter interrupted, now visibly frustrated. It's just that you're always busy, always working. It was easier to keep a separate group for planning stuff. Easier. I laughed bitterly. You decided to exclude me because it was easier? Do you have any idea how that sounds? No one responded. The silence was unbearable. I pushed back from the table, throwing my napkin onto my plate. If it's so insignificant, then show me the group. I want to see what you've been talking about. My mom finally broke the silence, her voice trembling. I don't think that's a good idea. Of course it's not a good idea. I snapped, sarcasm dripping from my tone. Because you're hiding something. Peter sighed loudly. You're being paranoid, you know. There's nothing wrong with the group. It's just more convenient. I didn't believe him for a second. Convenient for who? Because it doesn't seem very convenient for me. Sitting in the dark while you all make jokes, plan events, and talk about things I don't even know are happening. Luke, who had been silent until then, finally blurted out, "Okay. Yes, there are things in the group we didn't want you to see, but it's not what you think." "Oh, so you were talking about me behind my back?" I asked, my heart pounding. That was my biggest fear, and hearing it confirmed only made the betrayal worse. "It's not like that," my mom pleaded, her voice almost breaking. "It's just sometimes you can be difficult." Difficult, I repeated, disbelief washing over me. "So instead of talking to me, you all decided to create a group to talk behind my back? Like I'm some kind of problem to be solved?" Peter stood up too, clearly irritated. "You know what the problem is? You always do this. You always assume the worst, always make yourself the victim. So sometimes, it's just easier not to deal with it." That was a low blow, but before I could respond, Luke dropped a bombshell that turned everything upside down. "And there's also the issue with the will." "What?" My body froze for a moment as I processed what he had just said. "What will?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. My mom tried to interrupt, but Peter shook his head, glaring at Luke for mentioning it. "You weren't supposed to know about that yet." "Weren't supposed to know what?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Do you all think you get to decide what I can or can't know about my own family?" That's when my mom finally caved. "Your dad and we made some changes to the will. It was complicated, and we thought it would be better to talk about it when the time was right." "Changes?" I asked, suspicion dripping from my voice. "What kind of changes?" No one answered. I looked at each of them, waiting for an explanation, but their silence said it all. "You took something from me, didn't you? You're cutting me out, even from this." Luke tried to soften the blow. "It's not like that. It's just Peter has been helping a lot with things around the house and—" "Oh, I get it," I interrupted, laughing bitterly. "Peter's the favorite, of course, always has been. So you decided to reward him at my expense." "We're not taking anything from you," my mom insisted. "We just adjusted a few things to reflect reality." "Reality," I repeated, my voice trembling with anger. "The reality is you decided I'm not part of this family the same way they are. You think you get to choose what I deserve to know, what I deserve to have." I couldn't stay there anymore. I grabbed my things and walked out, ignoring my mom calling after me and Peter's grumbling. As I drove home, my chest felt tight and my mind spun with rage and hurt. All of it. Every lie, every secret, had shattered any illusion I had left about my family. They betrayed me, and I knew I'd never see them the same way again. I left that house with a heavy heart but a firm decision. I was done wasting my energy on a family that clearly didn't value me. For years, I had been there solving problems, putting their needs before mine. Now, it was time to change that. If they wanted to exclude me, they would have to learn how to live without me. In the months that followed, I completely distanced myself. I didn't answer calls, ignored messages, and stopped showing up at family gatherings. I knew it bothered them. Gradually, I started hearing through mutual acquaintances that things weren't going well for them. Peter, the so-called hero of the family, couldn't handle half of the responsibilities I used to take care of. He wasn't the type to deal with technical issues or make important decisions. Luke, on the other hand, was completely dependent on me for practical matters and was now lost. My mom began sending more insistent messages. At first, they were subtle invitations. Come over for lunch, we need to talk. Then they became more direct. I don't know what to do with the computer. It won't turn on. And eventually, desperate. Peter is overwhelmed and Luke doesn't know how to help. Please, we need you. I read all those messages without feeling the slightest urge to respond. For years, I had been their support system. When something went wrong, I was the one they called. But when it came to making decisions, sharing jokes, or forming a secret group chat, I was disposable. Not this time. This time, they would have to figure it out on their own. Meanwhile, I focused on myself. I went back to studying, dedicated myself to new projects, and reconnected with friends I had neglected because of the time I spent helping my family. I rediscovered a passion I had long forgotten: photography. I dusted off my old camera and started exploring the world around me, capturing landscapes, moments, and stories. Slowly, I began to build a new life, lighter, freer, and completely mine. As my life started to thrive, there seemed to fall apart. Peter, who had always seen himself as the leader of the family, couldn't hold things together. Luke was incapable of contributing anything useful. My mom, who had relied on me for every technical issue and difficult decision, was lost. With every desperate message I received, my conviction that I had made the right choice grew stronger. One day, my mom showed up unannounced at my door. She looked exhausted and visibly upset. She said things at home were a mess, that they didn't know what to do, and that they missed me. You've always been the backbone of this family, she said, her voice breaking. Without you, everything feels so confusing. I looked at her for a moment, unsure of how to feel. For years, I had been the backbone, but not because they valued me, because it was convenient for them. Now that my absence was felt, they were finally realizing how much they had taken me for granted. I took a deep breath and replied calmly, I understand that things are difficult, Mom, but I can't keep being responsible for solving everyone else's problems. I spent years doing that and losing myself in the process. Now I've chosen to focus on my life. She started crying, trying to convince me that the family needed me. Peter is overwhelmed and Luke can't handle anything without you. We're lost. For a moment, I felt a pang of guilt, but then I remembered all the times I had been ignored, excluded, treated as an outsider. I'm sorry things are hard, I said, keeping my voice steady. But this was your choice. You chose to leave me out, and now I've chosen to move on. She tried to insist, but I stood my ground. I thanked her for coming, told her I hoped they would figure things out, and walked her to the door. As I closed it, I felt an immense sense of relief, knowing that for the first time, I was choosing myself. From that moment on, my life took a new direction. I got a better job, traveled, met incredible people, and built a network of friends who truly valued me. Photography, which had started as a hobby, became a serious passion. Soon I was showcasing my work in local galleries. I discovered a talent I never would have explored if I had still been caught up in my family's drama. My family kept trying to bring me back, but I never gave in. I learned that I wasn't responsible for fixing other people's problems, especially those who didn't appreciate me. Focusing on myself was the best decision I ever made, and now I live a full life surrounded by people who truly matter. They betrayed me, and in the end, they were left to deal with the consequences of that choice. As for me, I discovered that the true value of family isn't in blood, but in the people who choose to genuinely stand by your side. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My name's Ryan. I'm 29 now, But the story I'm about to share started nearly 7 years ago, back when I was a 22-year-old college graduate, fresh into my first real job, completely oblivious to just how twisted my own family could be. I grew up in a small suburban town, the kind where everyone knew everyone and reputation stuck like gum on the bottom of your shoe. My brother Drew, 2 years older, was the golden child, varsity athlete, class president, the one my mom proudly introduced as my perfect son. I was the quiet one, the smart one if we're being generous. But in our household, brains never won over charm. My parents, or more specifically, my mom always favored Drew. If I got an A, Drew's C++ was still celebrated because he's under so much pressure with sports. If I got a job offer, she'd ask if it paid more than Drew's. Spoiler, it didn't. And even if it did, she'd just change the subject. My dad, he was a neutral ghost in the background, rarely standing up to mom and never getting involved in her family decisions. And those decisions usually meant Drew got what he wanted when he wanted it. I met Emily at a coffee shop downtown. She was smart, kind, and had this way of listening that made you feel like the only person in the room. We started dating during my senior year of college. And even as I graduated and moved into the whirlwind of corporate life, we stuck together. We weren't flashy, no Instagram couple nonsense, but we were solid. At least I thought we were. My family never fully warmed up to her. My mom would constantly make little remarks like, "She's cute, but not really your level, honey." And my brother, he was civil but cold. At the time, I thought it was just the usual territorial sibling thing. Now I know better. The first real crack happened at my graduation dinner. It was supposed to be my celebration, but somehow Drew ended up giving a toast that sounded more like a resume reading of his own accomplishments. It's amazing seeing my little brother graduate. I remember when he couldn't even throw a football, he joked, making the whole table laugh, except Emily, who gave me a sympathetic glance. I brushed it off. Drew had always needed the spotlight. I was used to dimming my own so he could shine. Looking back, that dinner was a warning shot. A few months later, Emily and I moved in together. It was a modest apartment in the city, nothing special, but we made it ours. I'd started ring shopping quietly, slowly. I wanted it to be perfect. I hadn't told anyone yet, not even my best friend, because I knew how fast news traveled in our circles. But one night, as we were packing up to visit my parents for the weekend, Emily said something strange. "Do you think your mom actually likes me?" she asked, folding a sweater. I laughed half-heartedly. "She's just blunt. She takes time to warm up." Emily didn't laugh. She just looked down at the sweater. "It's not just her. Drew gives me this weird vibe. Like, he stares sometimes when you're not looking, or he'll ask me strange questions. Last week, he texted me asking what kind of wine I liked. Randomly. My stomach twisted. "He what?" She shrugged. "It was probably nothing." But it wasn't nothing. That was the moment something inside me started watching. I became a little more alert when we were around family. I started noticing Drew's long glances, how his tone changed when he spoke to her. Too smooth, too familiar. And my mom, she'd keep inviting Drew to events we were both supposed to attend. Movie nights, dinners, and then accidentally forget to tell me until the last minute, claiming she assumed I was busy with work. Then came the birthday party. Emily turned 24 in July, and I threw her a small celebration at our place. Just a few friends, cake, wine, some music. I wasn't planning to invite my family, but Emily thought it'd be a nice gesture. So I caved. My mom and Drew showed up late, unannounced, and brought a bottle of champagne that probably cost more than my rent. My mom hugged Emily tightly, too tightly, and whispered something I couldn't hear. Drew walked in like he owned the place, complimented her outfit, then joked, "You sure you're not out of his league?" Everyone laughed. I didn't. After that night, Emily seemed off, distant. She smiled less, touched me less. I chalked it up to stress. She was applying to grad school after all. But a quiet voice in the back of my mind whispered, "Something's wrong." Then came the proposal, or what was supposed to be. I planned a weekend trip. Mountains, cabin, quiet. I had the ring. I had the words. But the night before we were supposed to leave, Emily sat me down and said, "I don't think I can do this." At first, I thought she meant the trip. Then she said, "Us." I blinked. "What are you talking about?" Her voice trembled. "I know about the other girl, Ryan." My heart dropped. "What other girl?" She looked like she was trying to be brave, but her hands were shaking. "Don't lie. Drew told me." He showed me the texts. He said, "You've been cheating for months." Couldn't breathe. "Emily, I haven't. I swear on everything. I haven't." But she wouldn't look at me. "He said he caught you. He said you begged him not to tell me." The world tilted. I wanted to scream, but all that came out was a whisper. "You believe him over me?" There was silence. And in that silence, everything between us shattered. Emily moved out a week later. My mom called once, not to ask how I was, but to say, "You'll be okay, sweetie. She was never meant for you anyway." I didn't respond. Then came the final blow. 3 months after the breakup, I got a text from an old college friend. "Hey man, you seeing this?" Attached was a photo from a Facebook engagement announcement. Drew and Emily smiling, her hand on his chest, flashing my ring. I stared at it for a long time. I thought I cried. Instead, I laughed. A small, hollow sound that echoed in my empty apartment. I packed a bag that night. I didn't tell anyone. I turned off my phone and I disappeared. No texts, no emails, no explanations. Let them fill in the blanks. I just walked away from all of it. That was the end of who I used to be and the start of something else entirely. I vanished. Not in the dramatic burn everything down kind of way. Just quietly, deliberately. I quit my job, broke the lease, deleted every social media account I had, and bought a used sedan with what little savings I had left. I drove west toward states I'd never seen, mountains I'd only read about, and towns where no one had ever heard the name Ryan Bennett. For the first time in my life, I didn't have to live in Drew's shadow or shrink under my mother's disapproval. It was terrifying, and it was freedom. For 2 years, I worked odd jobs and moved often. Sometimes I was a bartender, other times a barista, once even a bellhop at a ski lodge in Colorado. I learned to love silence. I read a lot. I kept a notebook, filled it with ideas. One of them, a startup concept I dreamed about in college but never had the guts to pursue, slowly began to take shape. I won't bore you with the grind, but let's just say that isolation sharpens you, and bitterness when channeled right, is fuel. I taught myself code, saved obsessively, partnered with someone I met online who shared the vision, and after about 3 years, the business finally took off. Started small, then grew fast, like wildfire in a dry forest. Investors came, partnerships followed. By 28, I wasn't just doing well. I was quietly wealthy, quiet enough that no one back home knew a thing, but they were about to. The first time I heard from my family again was during a late summer afternoon. I was sitting in my home office staring out over a quiet lake I now live beside when my phone, a new number unconnected to my past, buzzed with a random email notification. Subject line, "Family Reunion. We miss you, Ryan." I stared at the name Mom. The email was oddly cheerful, as if the past 5 years hadn't happened, as if they hadn't betrayed me, ridiculed me, thrown me aside like I was nothing. She wrote about how everyone was so excited to finally be together again, how Drew and Emily would be there with their little one. Apparently, I had a nephew, and how it wouldn't be the same without you. That was the first I'd heard of the child. I didn't respond, but that email opened a door, and soon enough I found myself being passively watched. My old LinkedIn profile, which I'd locked and buried, had a sudden spike in views. My business, now a major player in its niche, was being followed by accounts with my family's last name. One evening, I even saw Drew's name appear briefly as a viewer on a podcast I'd done under a pseudonym. Clicked. Someone had figured it out. A few weeks later, another email arrived, this time from my father. The tone was different, stiffer, more cautious. "Hey son, I know it's been a while. Your mom told me about the reunion. She misses you, Drew. Well, he regrets how things went down. I know you probably don't want to hear from us, but maybe it's time to let go of the past. It would mean a lot to your mother." I didn't reply. I wasn't ready. But the emails didn't stop. They came from my cousin, my aunt, Even Emily, whose message simply said, "I hope you're okay. I think about you sometimes." I deleted it without opening the rest. Then something happened that shifted everything. One of my business partners forwarded me an email from an interested investor looking to arrange a meeting. They'd used my real name, the one I never advertised publicly. The message was vague, filled with flattery, but something about it felt off. I dug a little deeper, had someone on my team trace the source. It was Drew. He'd used a fake name, a burner address, tried to pose as an investor to get in touch with me. I saw red. He wanted something, and I knew exactly what it was. A few days later, I called my old college roommate, James, one of the few people I'd kept in loose contact with. He still lived near my hometown and, more importantly, had ties to people my brother still interacted with. "Hey," I said. "Weird question. Have you seen Drew lately?" James laughed. "Man, yeah, actually. You're not going to believe this. Guy's in debt up to his ears. Mortgage is underwater. Car got repossessed. And rumor is Emily's threatening to leave again." That last word, again, hit harder than I expected. Apparently, their marriage was not the fairy tale Facebook had promised. Turns out, when the foundation of your relationship is betrayal and manipulation, the walls tend to crack fast. Emily had tried to launch some kind of influencer brand, but it flopped. Drew had burned through savings, made some bad investments, including a failed crypto gamble, and was now clinging to what little they had left. And worse, they'd moved back in with my parents. Of course, they had. I almost felt sorry for them. Almost. But then James added, "Your mom still brags about Drew like he's God's gift to the planet. Pretends none of it's his fault. Tells everyone Emily's just going through a phase. It's pathetic." Nothing had changed. The golden child could do no wrong. And me, I was still the ghost. Until I decided not to be. The next family reunion was scheduled for early spring. An outdoor venue, rented out picnic area, all the distant cousins and second aunts, the full cast. It was the kind of event my mom lived for. Social peacocking in its purest form. According to the email chain James forwarded me, Drew was supposed to be the unofficial guest of honor, with a toast planned in his name and everything. I RSVP'd anonymously under a fake name just to see if they'd notice. They didn't. The weeks leading up to the reunion were strangely meditative. I didn't feel rage or even sadness anymore, just a steady, calculated calm. I pulled my old suit from the back of the closet, had it tailored, then rented a luxury car for the day. Sleek, black, the kind that turns heads but doesn't scream. Trying too hard, I told my assistant to clear my calendar. I booked a hotel 2 towns over and I waited. The morning of the reunion, I arrived 10 minutes early. The venue was already filling with people. Kids running around, distant relatives laughing. I parked the car in full view of the entrance, stepped out slowly, adjusted my jacket, and made my way toward the tables. No one recognized me at first. Not until I walked straight past the welcome booth and casually picked up a drink from the refreshment table. Then I heard it, a sharp intake of breath. "Ryan!" I turned. It was Aunt Michelle, the one who used to sneak me cookies as a kid and tell me I was too sensitive when my mom snapped at me. "Oh my God! It is you!" Others started turning. Whispers spread. I smiled politely, nodded once, and kept walking. Then I saw them. My mom, standing near the stage, frozen. Drew beside her, hand in his pocket, face pale. And Emily, older, wearier, still beautiful in that distant kind of way, holding a toddler on her hip, staring at me like she'd seen a ghost. I didn't break stride. I walked right up to them, opened my mouth, and then they didn't show up. Not at first. A rustle of conversation passed through the crowd. My mom's phone buzzed. She read a message. Then her expression soured. "Their car broke down," she muttered. 2 blocks away. Of course it did. I glanced at the black luxury car parked near the gate, sunlight gleaming off the polished hood. Every eye was on me now, and for the first time in years I didn't shrink. I smiled and waited. The silence that followed was almost theatrical. I stood there, drink in hand, the weight of every whisper and stare pressing against my back like a slowly building wave. But I didn't move. I didn't flinch. If anything, I let them look, let them wonder. My mother, of course, was the first to try and recover. She moved toward me with that signature tight-lipped smile she always wore when trying to appear gracious, the one that never reached her eyes. "Ryan," she said, her tone overly bright, like I was some distant cousin who'd RSVP'd last minute. "We're so glad you could come." I sipped my drink, paused, then answered, "Are you?" Her expression faltered for half a second, and then she leaned in for a hug that I didn't return. She smelled like expensive hairspray and old perfume, the same scent she wore at every school function she'd only half listened through. Before she could say more, a car horn beeped twice in the distance. Heads turned toward the street bordering the park entrance. A beat-up silver minivan, unmistakably theirs, rolled into view, sputtering as it lurched to a stop at the curb. The driver's door swung open, and Drew stepped out, looking both flustered and furious, like he couldn't decide who to blame for being late. Then Emily stepped out behind him, lifting their toddler with one arm and slamming the passenger door with the other. Drew spotted me almost instantly. His jaw clenched and his pace slowed. For a moment, I thought he might turn around and leave. But no, he squared his shoulders and started walking toward the gathering with that same smug confidence he'd carried since we were kids. The confidence of someone who always had backup, someone who thought he'd never lose. And to be fair, he hadn't. Not really until now. As he approached, I noticed something subtle but telling. Emily wasn't walking beside him. She lagged behind, hanging back with the kid, and she was staring at me the entire time. Not at my clothes, not at the car, at me. Drew extended a hand. "Didn't think you'd show." I looked at it, then back at him. "Neither did you, apparently." He forced a laugh. "Car trouble. You know how it is." "Not really," I replied, letting the smile curl slowly. "Mine runs fine." The silence between us stretched just long enough to be uncomfortable. Then he dropped his hand and gave a stiff nod. "Look, I know there's history, but maybe today we let that go. Yeah, just family stuff. No drama." That word, family. It hit different when it came from him. Before I could respond, my mom stepped between us like a diplomat rushing to prevent war. "Let's not turn this into a scene. We're here to celebrate all of us. And Ryan, honey, you being here means so much." "Really?" I studied her. The same woman who years ago told me Emily was never meant for you anyway, with a straight face. Who'd smiled through the cracks in my life like they were decorative. But I wasn't here for apologies. Not yet. The event went on in awkward waves. I floated through the afternoon like a ghost in a place I no longer belonged to. People greeted me with a mix of confusion and politeness. Cousins I hadn't seen in years gave me half-hearted hugs, clearly unsure how to approach the missing Bennett brother. But I smiled, small and polite, never offering more than was necessary. And then came the speech. My mom tapped a fork to her wine glass and stood up near the front of the picnic area, her tone syrupy with performative cheer. "I just want to thank everyone for coming today. It means the world to see our whole family finally back together. And especially," she paused for effect, "my sons, Drew, of course, who's had such a challenging year, but continues to inspire us with his strength, and Ryan, who surprised us all by showing up after, well, a little time away." I felt every eye swing toward me like searchlights. She kept going. "Families go through things, hard things, but we're strong. We forgive and we move forward. That's what today is all about." Forgive. That word almost made me laugh. But I didn't interrupt. I just watched. Drew was next. He didn't even wait for a cue. He just stood, raised his glass, and launched into one of his rehearsed little monologues, the kind that always earned applause from our relatives. "I just want to say how thankful I am," he said, making deliberate eye contact with each table like some local politician. "We've been through a lot, but what matters is that we're here together, and whatever happened in the past." He glanced at me then. "We're still brothers. That never changes." Applause followed. Too much of it, too loud, like they were trying to clap away the tension. I stayed seated. I didn't raise my glass. And then, as the clapping died, Emily stood up. No cue, no toast, no announcement, just silence. She shifted her toddler to her hip and walked to the front, her eyes wide but calm. "I wasn't going to say anything," she began, her voice clear and steady. "But since we're all being honest today." Drew's head snapped toward her. "Emily," he warned. She held up a hand. "No, you've had your turn." My mother's face paled. "I've kept quiet for years," Emily said. "Out of guilt, out of fear, out of shame, honestly. But seeing Ryan here, I can't pretend anymore." The entire park went still. No birds, no rustling leaves, just stillness. She turned to the crowd, her voice growing stronger. "What Drew did, what they did, was wrong. You all know what happened or what you thought happened. You all believed Ryan cheated, lied, abandoned me, but none of that was true." Her hand trembled slightly as she adjusted the baby. "Drew lied. He showed me fake texts, fake screenshots, convinced me that Ryan had another woman. Said he was just trying to protect me." My pulse thundered in my ears. "Emily, I haven't. And I believed him because I was young. Because I thought I owed him something after everything fell apart, and because I trusted the people around me to tell me the truth." Drew stood up fast, panic in his eyes. "Emily, sit down. You're upset." "I'm not finished." She turned to him. "You stole my life. You manipulated everyone. Me, your family, your friends, just to take what your brother had. And you let them believe he was the problem. You let them bury him while you played the victim." Gasps rippled through the tables. A few relatives were visibly uncomfortable. My aunt shifted in her seat. Someone coughed. Emily looked back at me again. "I'm sorry. I don't expect forgiveness. But I needed you to know that I see it now. I see you. I should have seen it before." My hands clenched around my glass, but I didn't say a word. My mother stood up, trying to salvage control. "All right, that's enough. This isn't the time." Emily rounded on her. "You encouraged him. You smiled through it. You told me after Ryan left that it was for the best, that he wasn't stable, that Drew would take care of me." Her voice cracked slightly. "You sold me on a lie." The baby began to fuss. Emily held him tighter. Drew's face was burning red. "You don't know what you're talking about. You were miserable with him. I saved you from making a mistake." "You were the mistake," Emily snapped. Then she turned to me, and the weight in her gaze nearly knocked the breath from my chest. "I never stopped wondering why you disappeared. Now I know it was the only thing you could do." She stepped down from the stage, her heels clicking softly against the wood. And then she walked straight past Drew, past my mother, who looked like she might collapse, and disappeared into the crowd. No applause followed. No one moved. Drew stood frozen. My mother sat, lips pursed into a pale, trembling line. And me? I stood calmly, slowly, and without a word, I walked toward the microphone. The microphone was still warm from Emily's hand when I stepped up to it. For a moment, I didn't say anything. I just looked out over the crowd. The same crowd that had once laughed at Drew's jokes about me. Nodded along when my mom said I was overly sensitive. The same group that sent me off with silence when I vanished. Now they stared at me, mouths slightly open, unsure whether to brace for an explosion or an apology. I gave them neither. I simply said, "I'm not here to clear my name. That would assume I still cared what any of you thought." There was a faint rustle of discomfort. My mom shifted in her seat. Drew took a single step forward and froze when I glanced his way. "I just wanted to see," I continued, "to see if anything had changed." I scanned the tables. Faces that once filled the background of my childhood. The same people who never once reached out. Not after the breakup. Not after the lies. Not when I vanished. Not until they found out I was worth something. "But it hasn't," I said quietly. "You still cheer for the loudest voice in the room. Still defend whoever makes you feel most comfortable. And you still mistake performance for character." My voice was steady, but my hands shook slightly. Not with anger. Not anymore. With release. "I used to think I just wasn't good enough for this family," I added. "Turns out I was just too honest." Then I stepped back, placed the microphone gently on the table, and walked away. I didn't wait for a reaction. I didn't care what came next. I just wanted to be gone. I reached my car and paused for a moment before getting in. The polished black hood reflected the sky above. Cloudless, endless. I didn't even remember driving there that morning. I didn't remember much at all. Just the weight, the heaviness I'd carried for years, the unanswered questions, the nights I stared at ceilings, wondering how people I loved could be so casual about destroying me. The sick feeling in my stomach every time I replayed Emily's face the night she left. The ache of losing her, the ache of losing myself. It all caught up to me then. I sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, and finally exhaled like I'd been holding my breath since the day I disappeared. The next few days were a blur. I returned to the hotel in a kind of trance. I didn't eat much, didn't sleep well. I kept replaying the reunion over and over. Emily's speech, my mother's face, Drew's tightening fists. The silence from everyone else. That was the part that lingered the most. The silence. No one stood up. No one defended me. Even after the truth came out, they just sat there. And I realized maybe I'd never lost a family. Maybe I'd never had one. That thought broke something loose inside me. Not in a violent way. Not in a way that made me want to scream or throw something, but in a way that made everything finally make sense. The next morning, I drove around the old neighborhood, past my childhood home, the park where Drew broke my nose in a friendly football game, and Mom told me I was being dramatic. The ice cream shop where I once took Emily after our first real fight, the one where she admitted she hated how my family talked down to me. They were ghosts now, every memory a shadow on pavement. I stopped by the cemetery. My grandfather, the only person in my family who ever made me feel truly seen, was buried there. I hadn't visited in years. I knelt by his grave and spoke out loud even though no one was around. "I think I finally understand what you meant," I whispered. "You said, sometimes the only way to survive a storm is to walk away from the house that refuses to fix its roof." He used to speak in metaphors. At the time, I thought he was just being poetic. Now I saw it for what it was, a warning. I didn't cry. I just felt empty. The next day, I returned home. My real home. The one I built. Not from nostalgia. Not from hand-me-downs. But from grit. From pain, from rebuilding a self they tried to erase. And then I did something I hadn't allowed myself to do in a long, long time. I started planning. Not for revenge. Not yet. But for clarity. I pulled out every record I had. Old messages, timelines, financial records. I started mapping out what had happened in those last few months before I vanished. I didn't know what I was looking for at first. Maybe I just needed to see it all laid out. The betrayal, the manipulation, the way they turned my life upside down while smiling through it. But the more I uncovered, the clearer the patterns became. Emily hadn't just been manipulated emotionally. There were financial threads, too. Bank transfers, shifts in ownership. My old apartment lease had been co-signed by Drew at some point. Why? I never added him. The ring I'd bought for Emily. A custom order under my name, but the purchase history showed it had been picked up by someone else 2 days before she left me. Things weren't just personal. They were calculated. I brought in a friend of mine, a forensic accountant I'd met through one of our angel investors. I asked him to look at a few documents casually. No context, just a situation I'm working through. A week later, he called me back. "Ryan," he said carefully, "you might want to sit down." I already was. He walked me through it. How Drew had used my identity to secure a small loan. How he'd forged a signature on the ring transaction. How someone, likely with access to my personal documents, had attempted to open a joint account in my name and Emily's days before the breakup. I thanked him, hung up, and stared at the wall for an hour. It was deeper than I thought. It wasn't just a relationship stolen. It was a life hijacked. They didn't just try to ruin me emotionally. They tried to erase me, but they failed. And now I had everything I needed, not just to heal, but to build the quietest, coldest fire they'd ever feel. Healing isn't linear. That's something I learned slowly, not in the poetic Instagram quote kind of way, but in the gut-wrenching, sleepless night kind of way. There were days I felt weightless, like the truth had finally set me free. And then there were mornings I woke up clenching my jaw, reliving the betrayal in fragments. Drew's smirk, Emily's disbelief, my mother's chilling indifference. But after the shock wore off, something else took root in its place. Focus. I threw myself into my company like it was oxygen. Every hour became a brick. Every deal, every hire, every product release, a wall between who I used to be and who I was becoming. The world may not have known what my family did to me, but it would damn sure know who I was without them. The startup, which I'll just call Lucent Tech here, had been doing well before, but now it thrived. Maybe it was the clarity. Maybe it was that small ember of rage I let burn just hot enough to keep me sharp. But our growth exploded over the next 18 months. We pivoted our product into something bigger, a platform that automated back-end optimization for small to mid-size SaaS companies. Doesn't sound sexy, but it was exactly what a dozen struggling startups needed. And we landed 3 major contracts within 6 months. From there, it snowballed. We expanded, hired 20 new people, moved into a sleek downtown office with an open floor plan and high ceilings that made everyone feel a little more powerful than they probably were. But I wasn't just building a company. I was building my own empire. I took courses, met mentors, hired a PR firm, sat on panels, spoke at conferences under my own name. The same name they once dragged through the dirt now appeared in Forbes' 20 entrepreneurs to watch under 30 list. Funny how that works. And with each new milestone, the calls started again. Started small. A text from my dad. Proud of you, son. Saw the article. I didn't reply. Then an email from my mother. We're planning another family event. Maybe this time you could make a toast. Nope. But the one that made me stop, really stop, came from Emily. It was short. No subject line, just one sentence. Would you ever want to meet him? I knew who him was. Her son. Drew's son. The child I'd once imagined might have been mine in another life before all of this. I didn't answer. Not yet. Instead, I looked at the message and asked myself a question I hadn't considered in years. What do I want? Not what do I need, not what would make them hurt, not what justice looks like. But me. What do I want after all of this? And the answer was simple. Peace. But peace for me would never come from forgiveness. Not until the scales were balanced. And I was finally in a position to do that. See, one of the benefits of building a tech company from scratch is that you become very good at research, at tracking, at noticing details most people overlook. Like how my brother's house was technically under my mother's name now. A transfer likely done to avoid creditors. Or how he tried to launch his own app with a shoddy dev team from overseas, only for it to flop within 3 months. Or how Emily had filed for legal separation. A quiet document buried in county records, barely noticed by anyone, but enough to tell me their house wasn't a happy one. And most interesting of all, Drew had applied for a job at a company we'd recently acquired. He didn't know I owned it. Of course, he didn't. It was one of 6 under an umbrella firm I created for tax purposes. No one saw my name on the paperwork. Not unless I wanted them to. His resume landed on my desk by pure coincidence or fate, depending on how you look at things. And when I saw his cover letter, I laughed for the first time in weeks. Experienced in project leadership and brand management with a strong track record in cross-functional collaboration and public speaking. He was applying to be a product lead at my company, in my empire. I sat with that for a while, and then I made a decision not just about him, about all of them. It was time, not for an explosion, not for a public takedown, but for something far colder, more surgical. Something that didn't look like revenge, but would feel like it every day. I called my lawyer. We discussed this plan months ago back when I first showed him the forged documents. He'd called it nuclear-level leverage. I told him to start the paperwork. Then I sent an email, just 3 lines, to Drew from a private address he wouldn't recognize. We've reviewed your application. We'd like to invite you to a final interview. Bring your A game. Then I sat back and waited. Power isn't loud. It's patient, and mine was just beginning to speak. The email had been sent on a Thursday. By Friday afternoon, Drew responded. Faster than I expected and more eagerly than I'd imagined. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've done extensive research on your company, and I'm confident I can bring fresh value to your product team. I'm available to meet next week. Any day, any time. There it was again. That old Drew confidence. That greasy, unshakable arrogance dressed up as charm. I could almost hear his voice reading the words, see the smirk curling at the edge of his lips, as he imagined acing the interview and climbing back to relevance through someone else's success, just like he always had. I passed the email to my assistant and told her to schedule the interview for Wednesday at our newest branch, a converted loft space downtown that doubled as our innovation lab and development satellite. It was sleek, intimidating, and entirely disconnected from any press we'd done. No signage, no names, just a minimalist building with frosted glass and a quiet security system that would log every movement from the moment he walked in. I had it staged perfectly. Meanwhile, my lawyer called with an update. "Everything's in place," he said, his tone cool and precise. "We can initiate a formal inquiry if you're ready. The forgery charges will stick. You've got the purchase receipts, witness statements, and digital logs. Same with the fraudulent loan. He'll panic the second he gets that first letter." I didn't say anything right away. I just stood at the window of my office, looking out over the city skyline, the low hum of traffic rising like static. "Not yet," I said finally. "I want to give him a chance to see it with his own eyes first. I want him to realize who he tried to steal from." "Understood," the lawyer replied. "But, the moment we trigger this, it's going to get messy." I smiled faintly. "That's fine. I've spent the last 5 years cleaning up their mess. One more round won't break me." Once that call ended, I turned to the next phase, learning just how deep Drew's spiral went. I hired a private investigator. Not for dirt necessarily. I didn't need scandal. I needed specifics. And the report that came back within a week was illuminating. Drew and Emily had been living in a house they couldn't afford, one that had been kept afloat with a series of gifts from my mother, pulled from the last vestiges of a retirement fund my father had quietly built. Emily, after filing for separation, had moved into a small apartment across town. She'd left most of her belongings behind. Their son, Caleb, stayed with her, and based on the PI's observation logs, Drew hadn't made much effort to visit. Worse, Drew had been applying to dozens of companies. Every rejection seemed to hit harder than the last. He'd cashed out a small 401k to pay off a credit card. He was selling things online, a TV, a mountain bike, even his old college Letterman jacket. He was desperate, and desperate men made mistakes. I called in a favor from someone in our recruitment team. I didn't need Drew to pass any initial screenings, but I did want the interview panel to treat him like a serious candidate. I wanted the illusion to last. "Be neutral," I told them. "Ask him tough questions. Make him sweat a little, but don't let on who's behind this." Not yet. When Wednesday arrived, I dressed with care, not in a flashy way, but with unmistakable polish. Dark blazer, open collar, watch worth more than Drew's monthly rent tucked neatly under the cuff. I arrived early and waited in the observation room behind a two-way glass wall, sipping black coffee as I watched him walk in. He looked different. Older, not in a mature way, in a hollowed-out way. His eyes had lost their gleam. His posture, once annoyingly proud, sagged slightly at the edges. He wore a cheap blazer that didn't quite fit, and his handshake with the recruiter was a little too firm, like he was trying to assert control he didn't really have. Still, he talked and talked and talked. He spun stories, boasted about brand leadership experience and project execution, half of which I knew were lies. He threw in buzzwords like synergy and scalability, and claimed credit for projects I knew he hadn't touched. At one point, he even mentioned my old app, the prototype Emily and I had designed in college, and claimed he consulted during early development. That made me laugh out loud behind the glass. When the interview was over, I told the team to stall him for 15 minutes, just long enough for me to slip into the corner office upstairs, the one with my name etched subtly on the glass. I didn't usually work from this location, but today was a special occasion. 15 minutes later, there was a knock. "Come in," I called. Drew entered, a little flushed from the heat, carrying a fake leather folder with copies of his resume inside. And then he saw me. He stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't say a word, just stared. I waited 3 beats, then leaned back in my chair and gave him a small, slow smile. "Hey, Drew," I said. "Long time." He opened his mouth, then closed it again. His throat bobbed as he swallowed. I didn't realize. "No," I cut in. "I'm sure you didn't." A heavy pause settled in the air like fog. I let it stretch, let him sit in the realization. "I didn't come here to gloat," I lied calmly. "This isn't about revenge. This is about closure." His lips parted. "Ryan, listen, man. I know things got messy back then, but I was trying to protect Emily. I thought you were. Save it." I stood up, slow and deliberate. "You weren't protecting anyone. You lied. You forged documents. You poisoned my relationship, stole my ring, my lease, my name, and then you wore my life like a coat that didn't fit." He paled. "That's not. You know what the difference between us is?" I stepped closer. "You've spent your whole life needing applause. I just needed time and you gave it to me. 5 years of silence. 5 years to build something you'll never touch." He looked like he wanted to run, but he didn't move. I reached into the desk drawer and pulled out a folder. Inside was a copy of the forged lease, a transaction record from the jewelry store, a printed email where he'd pretended to be me. I slid it across the table. "I have the originals and the legal team and the funds to drag this through every court in the state." He stared at it without touching it. "But I'm not going to do that," I added. His head snapped up. "Because that would make you the center of the story again. And frankly, you're not worth the ink." Another beat of silence. Then I turned away and said, "You can see yourself out." And I let him walk. No guards, no threats, no security escort, just silence. Because what came next wasn't going to be loud. It was going to be devastating. He left without saying a word. Not a stammered excuse, not a fake apology, nothing. Just a pale, shell-shocked expression as he backed out of the office and closed the door with a soft click, like he was afraid to wake a sleeping beast. I didn't follow. I didn't need to. The look on his face told me everything I'd hoped for. Realization, regret, and a dawning fear that maybe, just maybe, the brother he thought he buried hadn't just survived, but had come back wearing armor. Still, that wasn't the revenge. That was just the opening act. The real show began the next morning. At precisely 9 a.m., Drew received a letter from my legal team. Not a full lawsuit, not yet, but a formal notice of investigation into forgery and identity theft, citing specific dates, transaction logs, and witness statements. It was worded professionally, but between the lines, the message was clear. "We see what you did. We can prove it, and we're ready to bury you with it." I knew Drew well enough to predict his next move. Denial followed by panic, then desperate calls to our mother, to anyone he thought might shield him. And sure enough, by noon, my mom was blowing up my inbox with subject lines like, "Please call me. This has gone too far." And my personal favorite, "You're still family." I didn't reply because the next phase of the plan was already in motion. The part where I didn't just level the playing field. I took it. Remember the house Drew was living in? The one technically under my mother's name? Yeah, that was intentional. Because 2 years ago, when I caught wind that she was funneling money to him, retirement funds, credit lines, even refinancing the lake house my grandfather left her, I stepped in behind the scenes, quietly, legally, and with a polite offer she never understood the full scope of. A family friend acting as a wealth advisor approached her with an opportunity to consolidate her debts and free up some cash flow. She bit. The terms were generous. She signed, and just like that, half the deed to the home became part of a trust. My trust. She never realized I was behind it. Never asked who the silent partner was. Why would she? She thought I was still off somewhere licking my wounds, not orchestrating her undoing. And now, with Drew teetering and the threat of legal fallout looming over his head, I decided to make my move. A second letter was sent, this time from the trust's legal counsel, informing the co-owners, my mother and me, that due to a defaulted clause in the agreement, a motion would be filed to liquidate the property unless the outstanding debt was resolved. There was no way they could pay it off. I'd made sure of that. But even that wasn't the finishing blow. That came through Emily. I hadn't contacted her since the reunion. I wasn't sure I ever would. But when the time came, I sent her a single message. If you'd like full custody, I can help. She responded within an hour. We met at a quiet cafe halfway between our cities. She looked different, tired, but clearer, like someone who'd finally surfaced after nearly drowning. I don't want money, she said first. If that's what this is. It's not, I replied. I want nothing from you. She nodded slowly. Then why? I sipped my coffee. Because you're the only one who said the truth out loud. And because that kid deserves better than a father who treats people like toys. Her eyes glistened for a second, but she didn't cry. Tell me what I need to do, she said. And I did. I gave her everything. Legal connections, financial backing, character references from people in Drew's own failed business ventures who were more than happy to talk about his impulsive behavior, verbal abuse, and negligence. My lawyer drafted a quiet agreement offering Emily enough support to stabilize her and Caleb long-term. No ties, no strings, no loopholes, just a clean break. 2 months later, the custody hearing came and went. Drew showed up alone, unprepared, unrepresented. Emily left with full custody and a reinforced legal barrier that prevented Drew from accessing Caleb without court approval. Then came the final stroke. The local newspaper, small but respected, ran a profile on Lucent Tech and its founder. A glowing feature, full-page photo, quotes about resilience and redemption. And right there in the sidebar, a little mention of an old betrayal, legal action, and how personal loss fueled a now multi-million-dollar venture. The name Drew Bennett wasn't in the article, but everyone knew, especially in our town. I didn't write the article, but I approved every line. The fallout was slow and thorough. Friends stopped returning Drew's calls. The small businesses that once trusted him with side work distanced themselves. My mother, realizing the house was no longer salvageable, quietly put it up for sale. The asking price was low, the interest even lower. Her reputation, once polished and proud, now came with a bitter aftertaste. And me? I stayed quiet, because revenge, real revenge, isn't loud. It's not a dramatic speech or a final showdown. It's watching someone realize in the stillness of their own ruin that the person they discarded is the one holding every string. It's letting them hear the echo of your silence in every locked door, every severed tie, every opportunity that slips through their fingers. It's being the ghost they thought was gone until the day they realize you've been watching the whole time. And I wasn't finished yet. The house sold for half of what it was worth. My mother moved into a cramped 2-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of town, far from the neighborhood where she'd once hosted garden parties, and proudly told anyone who'd listen that her boys were doing so well. The shame didn't hit her all at once. It chipped away slowly in grocery aisles where old friends didn't wave, in whispered conversations behind her back, in the pitying glances from the church group that stopped inviting her to luncheons. She tried calling me once. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail, her voice thin and brittle. "Ryan, please, we're still family." But she'd already taught me what family meant to her. And I remembered when she sat across from me, stone-faced, telling me Emily was never meant for me. I remembered how she let Drew lie, watched him poison my life, and still smiled through it. I remembered how when I was gone, she didn't wonder if I was okay, only how to spin the story. And now she had no story left to tell. Drew, on the other hand, did what Drew always did. He ran. After losing custody, after the article, after the house was sold, he tried to disappear into another city, another job, another identity. But the digital world didn't forget. Employers Googled him. Background checks lit up red flags. His resume was flagged for inconsistencies. He started freelancing, underpaying himself just to get a foot in the door. But even those doors closed fast. One night, James, my old college roommate, sent me a screenshot. Drew had started a GoFundMe. The caption read, "Trying to rebuild for my son. Life threw me some unfair curveballs." No mention of Emily or me, or the truth. I didn't donate. Neither did anyone else. It stayed at $75. 3 weeks in, Emily, meanwhile, thrived. She found a job working with a local nonprofit that supported single mothers and young families. I got a card from her one day, Just a plain envelope with a crayon drawing inside from Caleb. No message, no signature. Just a little stick figure with spiky hair and a lopsided smile holding hands with a taller one in a suit. I kept it pinned to my fridge. Not because I needed to remember who I was to them, but to remind myself of who I had become despite them. I didn't speak about the past often. Not to the press, not to my partners, not to the people who worked beside me every day. Because revenge wasn't my origin story. It was just the footnote. The real story was the rebuilding, the becoming. The fact that I walked away with nothing but a suitcase and returned with a name that carried weight. My mother used to say, "You'll regret walking away from your family." But here's what she never understood. I didn't walk away from family. I walked away from people who called themselves family, but only ever treated me like a backup plan. And I never looked back. Not until the reunion. Not until I pulled up in a $200,000 car, stepped out in a suit worth more than Drew's last paycheck, and watched from the hilltop as they arrived late, huddled and sweating because their rusted minivan had broken down 2 blocks away. They limped into the gathering while I stood under the shade, glass in hand, watching them scan the crowd, watching them look for me, and realizing I wasn't standing in their shadow anymore. They were standing in mine. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Henry. I'm 22. And last weekend was supposed to be one of the biggest milestones of my life. After 4 years of hard work, late nights, summer courses, part-time jobs to help cover tuition, I finally graduated from college. I wasn't expecting fireworks or a parade, but I definitely didn't expect what I got. And I definitely wasn't expecting it to break something inside me that I didn't even realize was holding on by a thread. I come from a family that on the surface looks pretty normal. Suburban house, family dog, dad works in finance, mom teaches kindergarten. One younger sister named Maddie, who just turned 20 and is the undisputed golden child of the household. Growing up, it was always, go easy on Maddie, she's younger, or let Maddie go first, she's just a kid. And I did. I gave her my last cookie, let her have the front seat, taught her how to ride a bike, and proofread her essays in high school. I didn't think much of it. I figured that once we were both adults, things would balance out. I was wrong. 2 years ago, Maddie graduated high school. You'd have thought she got into Harvard, not the local community college. They threw a massive backyard party. I'm talking tents, string lights, one of those photo booths with props, a catered buffet from her favorite Italian place, a congrats Maddie banner big enough to cover the side of the house, and what felt like half the neighborhood invited. They even hired a DJ. I remember standing there helping my mom arrange the cupcakes, sweating in the June heat, thinking, this is kind of overkill, right? But hey, it was Maddie's day, so I smiled and kept refilling the lemonade. Fast forward to this year, my turn to graduate. I didn't ask for much. I didn't even want a party, just a small dinner with the family to celebrate. I was the first person on my dad's side to finish college and the first on my mom's side to do it without taking any student loans. I thought that might matter. Apparently, it didn't. The morning of my graduation, I got a quick, "We're proud of you" text from my parents. Maddie didn't even text. She just liked the Instagram photo I posted of me in my cap and gown. I walked across that stage, shook hands, smiled for the cameras, and looked out into the crowd. My best friend, Jake, and his parents had driven up for the ceremony. They waved and cheered. My own family? Nowhere in sight. At first, I made excuses for them. Maybe traffic was bad, maybe they had to park far away, maybe something came up. But when I got back to my apartment and checked my phone, I saw a message from my mom. "We'll do a little dinner tonight at home. Nothing fancy, but hope you're hungry." I blinked at the screen. Nothing fancy? I graduated with honors. I pulled myself through 4 years of stress and exams and internships. Maddie got balloon arches and catered trays of chicken parmesan. I got a smiley face and a vague promise of dinner. Still, I didn't want to be dramatic. I told myself, it's not about the party. It's about being together. So, I packed up my things and headed home. When I walked through the door, I knew there was no smell of food, no laughter, no clinking glasses, just Maddie scrolling on her phone on the couch, Dad watching golf in the living room, and Mom emerging from the kitchen holding a single pizza box. "Happy graduation," she said with an awkward smile, placing the box on the counter like it was some grand reveal. "We got your favorite pepperoni." Maddie didn't even look up. "You're lucky," she said. "Dad wanted to just pick up McDonald's." I looked around the room. No streamers, no card, no little sign on the fridge, not even a soda to go with the pizza. My diploma was still rolled up in my bag, and I felt like it might as well have been a napkin. Mom must have seen something on my face because she quickly grabbed a ketchup bottle from the fridge, squirted out the word, "Congrats," on a plate next to the pizza, and added a pathetic little heart at the end. "There, now it's festive," she said brightly. I stood there stunned, like I was watching someone else's life. I sat down, took a slice, and forced a smile. "Thanks," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. Then I pulled out my phone, turned the camera on, and snapped a selfie with the slice and the ketchup plate in the background. I captioned it, "Dream Big, Kids," and posted it to my story. Nobody in the house noticed. They just kept watching TV. That was when I excused myself to take a walk. Instead, I got in my car, drove to the Marriott by the highway, and used the emergency credit card my grandparents gave me for real emergencies to book a room. I figured this qualified. I didn't even unpack. I just sat on the edge of the bed staring at the cheap hotel painting above the desk, wondering how long I'd been fooling myself. How long I'd been telling myself that once I achieved something big enough, they'd see me. That this family, my family, would finally treat me like I mattered. That if I was good enough, smart enough, helpful enough, successful enough, they'd look at me the way they looked at Maddie. But they didn't. They never had. And maybe they never would. An hour later, my phone buzzed. It was my mom. "No, where are you?" Or, "Is everything okay?" Just, "Are you coming home?" I stared at the message for a long time. Part of me wanted to respond with something scathing. Another part of me just wanted to go to sleep and forget the whole day ever happened. But instead I just left her on read. I lay back on the stiff hotel bed, phone in hand, and began scrolling through photos on my camera roll. There were so many pictures of me with Maddie, helping her move into her dorm, cheering her on at her dance recital, driving her to job interviews. But when I scrolled back to the photos of me, there were barely any. Most were selfies. No one ever really took pictures of me unless I asked. That thought sat heavy on my chest like a weight I hadn't noticed until now. The next morning, I turned off my phone. I didn't check my messages. I didn't tell anyone where I was. I just sat in that hotel room eating bad continental breakfast and watching cable news on low volume, letting the silence wash over me. That's when something shifted. Not a breakdown, more like a quiet realization. I didn't want to go back. Not just to the house, to them. I was done playing second string in a family where I'd been the one holding the line for years. Done being the fallback, the afterthought, the kid who was only acknowledged when it was convenient. And that was the moment I started to plan what I'd do next. I stayed at the hotel for 2 more nights. I told myself it was just to get some space, but really I think I needed to mourn. Not a person, but the version of my family I'd been pretending existed. The one I kept waiting for, hoping would show up someday. I spent those 2 days in silence, letting my phone buzz until the battery died. Reading books I hadn't touched since freshman year, and eating whatever lukewarm food I could get delivered to the front desk. It was the most peace I'd felt in years. When I finally checked out, I didn't drive home. I didn't even tell them I was leaving the hotel. Instead, I drove to Jake's apartment, my best friend since middle school, and crashed on his couch. He didn't ask many questions. He just handed me a beer and said, "Took you long enough." He always knew. He'd seen it firsthand, the way my family treated me, like the spare tire of the family vehicle, only useful in an emergency. And even then, kind of an inconvenience. "You're not going to believe this?" I told him as I scrolled through Maddie's social media. While I was ghosting the group chat, my parents and Maddie went to a vineyard the day after my graduation. Matching outfits, cheese boards, a banner that said, "Maddie's summer kickoff." Jake raised an eyebrow. "Your summer kickoff should have been your graduation weekend." "Exactly. She hijacked it." "No, they gave it to her." That's when I realized this wasn't new. Maddie had always had a way of bending moments to herself, and my parents never stopped her. When I got accepted into college, Maddie cried because I was leaving her behind. When I got a scholarship, Mom told me not to brag about money in front of her. When I made the dean's list, Dad said, "Well, it's not like you had a job while doing it like Maddie does." Jake didn't say much. He didn't have to. He just looked at me, shook his head, and said, "Man, that's messed up." That night, I sat up staring at the ceiling, thinking about all the things I'd done for them. Paid half the electric bill while I was in school because Dad had some unexpected expenses. Covered Maddie's books for a semester when she forgot to register for her financial aid on time. Came home every break to help with yard work and babysit our younger cousins while Maddie went on road trips. I did it without resentment, at least I thought I did. But now it all felt like a long list of sacrifices they expected from me, not things they appreciated. The next morning, I turned my phone back on. Dozens of messages flooded in. "Mom, we're worried. Are you okay?" "Dad, this is immature. We tried our best." "Maddie, seriously, it was just a pizza. You're being dramatic." "Mom, again, can you come home and talk like an adult?" "Dad, again, we need to have a family conversation." That last one nearly made me laugh out loud. Now they wanted to talk, but what really got to me wasn't the tone of concern. It was the assumption that I'd come back, that I'd cool off, return home, and fall back into place like I always did, like I always had. I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my laptop and started putting something else together. A resume, a new one. Then I started applying for jobs. Not just any jobs, but ones out of state, far away. Seattle, Boston, Austin. I didn't care. I just knew that if I stayed in that town, I'd be pulled back in again. And I was done being their fallback. A few days later, Jake helped me move what little I owned out of the house. We waited until midday when I knew they'd all be at work or out. I didn't want a confrontation. Not yet. I just wanted my things. I found my room untouched, the pizza box still sitting in the kitchen trash like a mocking trophy. As I packed up books, clothes, and a few framed photos I actually liked, I noticed something strange. One of the kitchen drawers was locked. It was the one Mom always said held family documents. Curious, I found the tiny key taped under the junk drawer where she used to hide it when I was a kid. I opened it. Inside were a bunch of envelopes, bank statements, tax returns, and what looked like insurance papers. I flipped through without much interest until I saw something that made my stomach twist. A college fund statement with my name on it. One that had been closed 3 years ago. I scanned the page again. The account had thousands in it. More than enough to have paid for my final year. Closed by M. Dawson. Maddie. I kept reading. Turns out the fund had been split, but not evenly. They transferred the remainder to a new account, one under Maddie's name. And guess what? It wasn't a college fund. It was a small business fund. My parents had helped her start her Etsy business selling beaded jewelry with my college fund. I felt the blood drain from my face. All this time I thought we were scraping by, that I was being noble, paying for school myself, helping out when I could. Meanwhile, they were funneling my future into Maddie's bracelet hobby. That pizza party wasn't just an oversight. It was an exclamation point. I snapped photos of everything, stuffed the papers back where I found them, and locked the drawer again. By the time I left the house, I wasn't sad anymore. I was something else. Focused, determined. Jake helped me load the last box into the car. "You good?" he asked. "Not yet," I said. "But I will be." I moved into a short-term rental across town, just long enough to wrap things up. I had no intention of staying long. I needed to disappear in stages, first emotionally, then physically. I cut off their access to my bank account. I'd been listed as a secondary on some joint utilities for years. I pulled out my name from anything shared, insurance, billing, subscriptions. I changed every password. Clean slate. But I wasn't done. I had one more move to make. One they'd never see coming. Not just revenge, not just an exit, but something permanent. Maddie's birthday was always a production. Not just a party, an event. Growing up, her birthdays were basically local holidays in our house. One year, Mom rented out a trampoline park. Another, they flew her and her friends to Disneyland, and even as adults, nothing had changed. Last year, they surprised her with a weekend in Napa. All expenses paid. This year, she was turning 21, and I already knew what was coming. A blowout bash, booze, catered everything, and 100 people pretending she was the second coming of Audrey Hepburn. And I had no intention of showing up. At least not in the way they expected. For the 2 weeks leading up to her birthday, I played it cool. No posts, no responses. My mom texted occasionally with things like, "Hope you're feeling better. We miss you." Maddie sent a single message, "Are you still being weird? Or can I expect you at the party?" I didn't reply. I let them sit in their silence and pretend they still had access to me. Meanwhile, I got busy. I compiled every photo I took of the documents from the locked drawer, the college fund transfer, the account closures, the banking records showing how they moved the money under Maddie's name. I even dug up old emails from when I first asked Mom about help with tuition sophomore year. She told me then, "We just don't have the money, honey. You're going to have to push through like your dad." Lies. But the real cherry on top came when I checked the Secretary of State's website and found out that the LLC Maddie was using to sell her custom jewelry was registered under Dad's name, meaning it was a family business, meaning they all knew what they did. This wasn't a Maddie thing. This was a them thing. The day before her party, I wrote an email. Short, professional, cold. I CC'd my parents, my aunt, and a few other relatives who always made excuses for them. I attached everything, photos, financials, screenshots. The subject line read, "Why I'm not coming to Maddie's birthday." The body of the email simply said, "For years, I thought the problem was me, that I wasn't doing enough, being enough, achieving enough. I see now that no matter how hard I worked, it was never about what I did. It was about who you chose to prioritize. You took the funds set aside for my future and gave it to Maddie. You told me to be grateful for a pizza while handing her my college savings on a silver platter. I've attached the proof. No one has to take my word for it. I won't be attending the party or any future ones. Consider this my RSVP. Permanently declined." Then I hit send. Jake was the one who kept an eye on the fallout for me. I refused to check the group chat, but he did. And boy, did it implode. My mom called me 6 times in a row, left voicemails that started calm and concerned and slowly spiraled into frantic and accusatory. "You took those documents out of context," she snapped in one. "That money wasn't just yours. We had to make a family decision." Maddie's response was even more on brand. She posted on her Instagram story a few hours before the party started, "Haters going to hate. Some people can't stand to see others happy." She followed that up with a group photo of her in a white birthday dress surrounded by friends and cousins. But something was off. The party looked half empty. A few people I knew, our cousins on Dad's side, had commented, "So sorry, won't make it after all. Just got the email. Wish you told us sooner." The next day, I got a text from Aunt Valerie. One sentence, "You didn't deserve that, Henry. I'm so sorry." It was the first apology I'd received from anyone in the family since all of this began. But even with that small win, I still wasn't done. Because while the birthday drama was satisfying in its own right, it didn't close anything. It just cracked the surface. I needed distance, permanence, a clean break. So when I got the job offer from a company in Chicago, a good one, better pay than I dared to hope for, I accepted on the spot. I didn't tell my parents, didn't tell Maddie, didn't post about it. I just packed quietly, deliberately, the way you do when you're not just moving houses, but leaving behind a version of yourself. 3 days before my move, Dad called. First time in weeks. I almost didn't answer, but something told me to hear it. "Henry," he said. His voice was stiff, formal, like we were strangers. "Your mom and we read everything. You blindsided us." "You stole from me," I replied. Calm, measured. "That wasn't a blindside. That was exposure." He exhaled sharply through his nose. "You have no idea how hard it was to make that decision. Your sister needed help. So did I." There was a pause, a long choking silence. Then he said, "You don't have to leave. You could still be part of this family if you just..." I hung up. That was the last conversation I had with either of my parents. The next morning, I loaded my car and hit the road. But right before I left town, I did one more thing. I stopped by the university office and asked if I could donate to the college fund program. I gave a small amount, nothing flashy, but I attached a note for the kid whose family chose someone else. This is so they don't have to be their own backup plan. And then I left. I arrived in Chicago with nothing but 3 suitcases, a used Honda, and a sense of finality that somehow made me feel weightless. I didn't cry when I crossed the state line. I didn't romanticize what I left behind. I just drove, letting the flat Midwest landscape pass me by like a long exhale. I'd spent my whole life shrinking myself to fit inside a family mold that never had space for me. Leaving wasn't running. It was releasing. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't holding my breath. The job was solid. Mid-sized marketing firm, great culture, decent pay. More importantly, it gave me the clean slate I was desperate for. New coworkers, no awkward history. Nobody there knew me as Maddie's older brother or the quiet one. Just Henry. Just the guy who showed up on time, worked hard, and had a sarcastic streak that made the intern laugh during staff meetings. I rented a tiny apartment on the 3rd floor of an old brownstone with creaky floors and peeling paint. But I loved it. Every night I'd fall asleep hearing the rumble of the L train in the distance. A reminder that life was still moving, still buzzing, and I was finally a part of it, not an afterthought sitting quietly on the sidelines. For months, I didn't hear a word from my parents or Maddie. No calls, no texts. It was eerie, like they'd scrubbed me off the family whiteboard the way you'd wipe down a to-do list. And I was fine with that at first. But then Thanksgiving rolled around, and even though I had no intention of going back, the silence hit harder than I expected. Jake invited me to spend it with his family, and I went. His mom hugged me like I just returned from war. His dad handed me a plate piled high before I even sat down. They made jokes, asked about my job, poured me a drink when I mentioned Chicago snow. They treated me like I belonged. That night, when everyone had gone to bed and Jake and I were playing video games in the basement like we were teenagers again, he turned to me and said, "You ever think they'll come around?" I didn't even pause. No. And that was the honest truth. Because people like them don't change. They pivot. They spin. They rewrite history. But they don't change. Still, there was a part of me, some small sliver, that wondered if they'd reach out during Christmas. They didn't. Instead, Maddie posted a series of Instagram stories showing off her cozy family Christmas. Matching pajamas, Dad playing guitar by the fire, Mom holding up a new bracelet from Maddie's line with a caption that read, "So proud of my girl's hustle." There was no seat left at that table, not even metaphorically. January came, and with it, a letter, a physical letter which was so unlike them I almost thought it was a scam. The handwriting on the envelope was unmistakably my dad's. I stared at it for a long time before I opened it. Inside was a neatly typed letter on my father's work stationery. It was a masterpiece of passive aggression and carefully worded guilt. He wrote, "We hope you've had time to reflect. Your mother is still deeply hurt by the way things ended. We understand you felt slighted, but the truth is we always made decisions with the whole family in mind. Perhaps you'll come to see that in time. Maddie is engaged now. He proposed on New Year's Eve. We're planning an engagement party this spring. Of course, you're welcome to come. Family is family. Don't let one bad season ruin decades of history." I laughed out loud. I actually laughed because even now, after everything, I was the problem. I was the one who needed to reflect. They hadn't done anything wrong. They just made family decisions. Apparently, funneling my college fund into Maddie's jewelry business was just another spreadsheet line item in the Dawson family budget. I didn't respond. I didn't congratulate Maddie. I didn't show up to the engagement party. What I did do was thrive. I got promoted 6 months into the job. My boss said I had initiative and backbone, which was ironic considering those were the very traits my parents used to say made me difficult. I made new friends. I found a ramen place down the block that knew my order before I said it. I joined a community book club that mostly devolved into debates over which characters deserved redemption arcs. I even met someone, Alyssa. She had curly hair, a nervous laugh, and a way of asking questions that made me feel seen, not sized up. We took things slow, real slow, and I was okay with that. Then came the wedding invite, cream-colored cardstock, gold foil lettering. You were joyfully invited to celebrate the union of Madison Dawson and Kyle Rarin. No dear brother. No handwritten note. No acknowledgement that we hadn't spoken in nearly 2 years. Just a printed RSVP card with 2 options. Accept with joy or decline with regret. I stared at that checkbox for a long time. And then I did something I hadn't done in years. I picked up the phone and called my grandmother, Dad's mom. She was in her 80s now and lived in a retirement community in Arizona. She'd always sent me birthday cards, even when my parents forgot. We hadn't spoken in months, but she picked up on the second ring. "Oh, Henry," she breathed. "I was hoping you'd call." We talked for nearly an hour. She told me she'd heard bits and pieces, that she didn't understand why my parents had drawn a line in the sand over something so clearly unfair, that she tried to bring it up, but they brushed it off as me needing space. She paused at one point and said, "You know, I never saw you as the quiet one. You were the observer, the anchor, and they used you like a life raft until they didn't need you anymore." I don't think anyone had ever said something that true about me. She asked if I was going to the wedding. I said, no. And then I asked her something I hadn't planned to. "Would you like to come visit me sometime in Chicago?" There was a pause and then a laugh. "Henry, I'd love nothing more." I didn't RSVP to the wedding, but on the same day Maddie walked down the aisle, I was walking with my grandma down Michigan Avenue, showing her the bean, introducing her to deep dish, and laughing over the pigeons trying to steal her hot dog. She said it was the most fun she'd had in years. That night, I posted a single photo on social media, just me and her on a park bench holding matching mugs of hot cocoa. I captioned it, "Found the family that shows up." It got 1 like from Maddie's old college roommate. I don't know if she meant to do it or if it was a silent nod, but it made me smile. And that was the moment I knew. I didn't miss them. I missed the idea of them. The hope that someday they'd be what I needed. But that hope was a trap. And the freedom I'd found on the other side of it was something I wouldn't trade for anything. Not even an apology. Months passed. Seasons changed. Life moved on. Maddie announced her pregnancy on social media a year later. There were balloons and glitter and a gender reveal that involved a confetti cannon in their backyard. My parents posed, beaming in matching grandma and grandpa shirts. I didn't feel a thing. No envy, no bitterness, just distance. Healthy, necessary distance. They had their world, their curated version of family. And I had mine, quieter, smaller, but honest. And in the end, that was enough because I didn't just walk away from the party. I walked into something better, something real, something that for the first time in my life felt like mine. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Evan. I'm 27, and about 6 months ago, I walked out of my parents' house for what I thought was the last time. I didn't slam the door. I didn't yell back. I didn't even pack much, just a duffel bag with a few changes of clothes and my laptop. I was done, completely done. And yet here I was sitting on my couch in my new apartment, staring at my phone as it buzzed nonstop with messages from my parents. Their numbers flashing across the screen like a bad joke. It was almost funny, almost. But let me back up, because if you're reading this, you're probably wondering how I got here. Growing up, my parents weren't exactly warm. I wouldn't say they were outright abusive, but love in our house had conditions. I was the responsible one, the dependable one, the kid who never rebelled, never got into trouble, never gave them a reason to complain. My older brother, Zach, he was the golden child. He could do no wrong, even when he was wrong. He dropped out of college. He's just finding himself. Got fired from 3 jobs in a row. Corporate jobs just don't appreciate his creativity. Moved back home at 30 with no job and no real prospects. Times are tough for everyone. Meanwhile, I got my first job at 16, put myself through college on scholarships and part-time gigs, and started working in finance straight out of school. I never asked my parents for a dime. But you know who did? Zach. And guess who was expected to pick up the slack when our parents started struggling with their mortgage? Yeah, me. I didn't complain at first. I had the money and they were my parents. They never outright demanded it, but the guilt trips were insidious. Mom would sigh dramatically when I visited, talking about how hard things had been lately and how we're just a little short this month. Dad would mention, completely casually, how Zach was trying so hard but just needed a little more time to get on his feet. I knew what they were doing and I let them do it. At first, it was just covering their utility bills here and there. Then it was groceries. Then a temporary contribution to the mortgage. Temporary stretched into every month. Soon, I was paying for almost everything outside of their car payments, and Zach? He just sat around the house playing video games, acting like a guest in his own home. I gritted my teeth and dealt with it. I figured they were my family. Families help each other. But then 6 months ago, things came to a head. It was a Sunday afternoon and I had just finished a long week at work. I stopped by my parents' house like I usually did, bringing over a few groceries because I knew they would have forgotten to go shopping again. I walked in, bags in hand, only to find Mom sitting in the living room, arms crossed, lips pressed in that thin line she always got when she was gearing up to be angry. Zach was on the couch as usual, looking completely unbothered, tapping away on his phone. Dad was standing in the kitchen, shaking his head like he was disappointed in me for something I didn't even know I'd done. I barely had time to say, "Hey," before Mom launched into it. "We need to talk, Evan." That was never a good sign. I set the bags down, already exhausted. "About what?" Dad said, stepping forward. "We've been talking, and we think it's time you contribute more. You make good money, and it's not fair for us to be struggling while you're living on your own, spending your paycheck however you want." I just blinked. "I already am contributing." Mom scoffed. "A few bills here and there? That's nothing compared to what we need." My hands curled into fists at my sides. "I've been covering the mortgage for the past 2 years. That's not nothing." Zach, who had been silent up until now, actually had the nerve to roll his eyes. "Come on, man. You know they've done a lot for us. It's just money." I snapped my gaze to him. "Us? I don't see you paying for anything." That set Mom off. "Don't talk to your brother like that. He's trying his best." I let out a humorless laugh. "Really? Because from where I'm standing, all he's trying to do is set a world record for most consecutive hours spent doing absolutely nothing." Dad stepped in, voice sharp. "Enough. We're asking you to step up. The house is too much for us to handle alone. If you were a good son, you'd take responsibility." Something in me snapped right then. I had given them everything. My time, my money, my patience. And it was never enough. It was never going to be enough. I inhaled slowly. "Let me get this straight. You want me to take over the mortgage completely? Pay for everything while Zach continues to do nothing, and you don't see anything wrong with that?" Mom's lips thinned. "We just thought, as our son, you'd want to help your family." "And what exactly is Zach?" I asked, voice dangerously calm. "A houseplant." Zach sat up, glaring at me. "I hate you, dude. I didn't ask for this." "No," I said, grabbing my bag. "But you sure did benefit from it." Mom stood up, anger rolling off her in waves. "If you walk out that door, don't bother coming back." I stared at her for a long moment, and then finally, I smiled. "Okay," I said simply, and I walked out. No dramatic speeches, no yelling, just done. I ignored the calls at first, then the texts. I moved into my own apartment, finally free, and for the first time in my life I felt like I could actually breathe. But today was different, because after 6 months of silence, Dad finally texted me. Dad texted, "Why haven't you paid the mortgage this month?" I stared at the message for a second, then let out a slow exhale, feeling something dark and satisfied settle in my chest. I tapped out my reply. I replied, "Oh, I thought I wasn't welcome." And then my phone exploded with messages. I leaned back on my couch, watching the notifications flood in. I wasn't done yet, not even close. I watched my phone vibrate violently against the coffee table, the screen lighting up with a barrage of messages one after another. Texts from my parents and, surprisingly, even Zach poured in like a dam had just broken. I didn't touch it, not at first. I just sat back, arms crossed, staring at it like it was some wild animal thrashing around in a cage. I could already imagine what they were saying. Mom was probably furious, demanding to know how I could be so selfish after everything they had done for me. Dad would be trying to sound reasonable at first, appealing to my sense of duty before eventually caving to frustration when I didn't immediately respond. And Zach? I wasn't even sure what his angle was, but if I had to guess, he was either trying to guilt-trip me or act like this whole situation had nothing to do with him. Curiosity finally got the better of me, and I picked up my phone. Mom texted, "What is wrong with you? How could you do this to us? The bank just called, we're late on the mortgage payment. Are you really this cruel?" Dad texted, "Evan, this is serious. We can't afford to be behind on the mortgage. We could lose the house. Call me now." Mom texted, "I can't believe you're doing this out of spite. We raised you and this is how you repay us? You think you're punishing us, but you're just hurting your family." Dad texted, "Don't be childish. You're not a kid anymore, and we can't handle this on our own. You need to step up." Zach texted, "Dude, what? You know they don't have the money. Are you really going to let Mom and Dad lose the house just to prove a point?" There it was, the guilt trip right on schedule. I could have responded right away, but I didn't. Instead, I leaned back and let them sit, let the panic settle in, let them start realizing maybe, for the first time, that I wasn't their safety net anymore. After about 20 minutes, my phone buzzed again. A call from Dad. I let it go to voicemail. Then a call from Mom straight to voicemail. Another text from Zach. Zach texted, "Answer your phone. This isn't funny." I smiled to myself. Funny? That's exactly what I found it to be, because for years I had been pouring money into that house like a fool. No questions asked, no complaints, and yet the second I stopped, everything fell apart. So what had they been doing all this time? Did they even try to prepare for this? I decided to respond, but I wasn't going to waste time arguing. I replied, "Not my problem." It took exactly 10 seconds for Mom to call again. This time I picked up. The second I answered, she was already screaming. "How dare you?" she shrieked. "You can't just abandon your family like this. Evan, you know we need your help. We trusted you." I kept my voice calm. "Oh, like how you trusted me to just keep paying for everything while Zach does nothing all day? Don't talk about your brother like that," she snapped. "He's going through a rough time. You have no idea how hard it is for him." I laughed. Actually laughed. "A rough time, Mom? Zach's been going through a rough time for 10 years. You know who else had a rough time? Me, while I was working hard to keep a roof over your heads." She sucked in a breath, but I wasn't done. "You told me not to come back," I continued. "So I didn't. And now that the money's dried up, you're suddenly acting like I owe you something? That's not how this works." She was quiet for a second, then her voice turned venomous. "We did everything for you, Evan, everything, and this is how you treat us. You walk away when we need you the most." I let out a slow breath. "No, Mom. I walked away when you made it clear I was only useful as long as I was paying your bills." Silence. Then Dad's voice cut in. He must have grabbed the phone from her. "Evan," he said, his voice lower, more measured. "We just need a little help, just this month. We're already behind and we don't have enough to cover it. If you don't help, the bank is going to start foreclosure proceedings." I felt something sharp twist in my chest. Not guilt, anger, because this was what they did. Always push, push, push until I had no choice but to give in. Make me feel like the bad guy for finally setting boundaries. But not this time. I exhaled through my nose. "Sell the house, then." Mom's voice exploded in the background. "We can't sell the house. This is our family home." I shrugged, even though they couldn't see me. "Sounds like a personal problem." Dad inhaled sharply, like he was trying to keep his cool. "Evan, be reasonable. We just need a little support until we figure things out." "Figure things out?" I repeated, voice flat. Like how to finally get Zach to pull his weight? Or how to guilt-trip me into fixing your mistakes again? "Enough," Dad snapped. "I'm done begging. You're our son and you will help us." I felt my lips curl into a slow, bitter smile. There it was, the real them. Not desperate, not helpless, entitled. "Well, I said, dragging out the word. It looks like you'll have to figure this one out on your own then. I hung up. Almost immediately, more texts came in. From Mom, from Dad, from Zach. Furious, desperate, insulting. But I didn't care. For the first time in years, I finally felt free. But something told me this wasn't over yet. Not even close. A few hours passed and I was feeling good. Really good. I stretched out on my couch, flipped through some random TV channels, and enjoyed the rare silence of a day where I wasn't getting sucked into my family's endless black hole of demands. Then my phone rang. I sighed, already knowing who it was, but when I checked the screen, I actually laughed. Zach again. I let it ring out. A voicemail popped up a minute later. I played it on speaker, mostly for my own amusement. Dude, Zach started, his voice low and serious like he was some kind of mafia enforcer. You really messed up this time. Mom's crying, Dad's freaking out. You need to call them back and fix this. I rolled my eyes. Fix this? Like I had set their house on fire instead of just stopping my unwilling role as their personal ATM? I was about to delete the message when Zach's voice lowered even more, like he was about to deliver some real tough guy wisdom. You're being selfish, man. You think you're proving some big point, but all you're doing is destroying our family. I swear if you don't pay the mortgage, I'll... Click. I deleted the voicemail before he could finish. Zach had always been full of empty threats. What was he going to do? Yell at me harder? Beg for money aggressively? Before I could even put my phone down, another text came in, this time from Dad. You don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation. This isn't just about us. If we lose the house, you won't have anywhere to come back to either. I laughed. Come back? Did they think I was going to come crawling back if they just let this go long enough? I tapped out a response. Me. I seem to be doing just fine without it. That must have struck a nerve, because 2 seconds later my phone exploded with a call from Mom. Against my better judgment, I picked up. I hope you're happy, Evan, she screeched. No hello, no build-up, just straight to emotional terrorism. They called again. We have days. Before they take our home. How could you do this to us? I held back a yawn. You mean the home I apparently had no right to exist in anymore? That one. Don't you dare mock me, young man. Oh, I dare, I said lazily. I really dare. She let out a furious noise, somewhere between a gasp and a growl. I continued, my voice syrupy sweet. Mom, let's recap. A few weeks ago, you told me I was ungrateful and that I should leave and never come back. So I left and never came back. And now you're mad at me for doing exactly what you said? That's not the point. Oh, I think it is. You don't understand, she seethed. This house means everything to us. It's the house you grew up in. And yet, the second I stopped paying for it, it's about to collapse like a house of cards. Wild, huh? Silence. I smirked. Say, while we're at it, I got to ask, what exactly was the plan here? You knew for years that I was covering the mortgage, so what was the grand strategy if something happened to me? Or did you just assume I'd keep slaving away forever? Silence. I let out a fake gasp. Oh no. You didn't actually think that far ahead, did you? Mom inhaled sharply, like she was about to go on another tirade, but I cut her off. You know, I've been thinking, I said. Maybe it's time for Zach to step up. I mean, he does live there rent-free. Seems only fair, right? Mom actually had the audacity to laugh, like I had just said the funniest joke she'd ever heard. Zach? She scoffed. Oh, Evan, don't be ridiculous. Zach isn't built for that kind of responsibility. Interesting, I used. So what you're saying is that I, your other son, was just expected to do it because I was built for responsibility? You were always the responsible one, she sniffed. You always knew how to take care of things, unlike Zach. You actually... I cut her off with a chuckle, a cold, sharp one. Got it, I said. So I was punished for being responsible and Zach was rewarded for being a leech. Thanks for finally saying it out loud. Evan, stop being dramatic. Oh, you haven't seen dramatic yet, I said cheerfully. Tell you what. Since I'm in such a good mood, I'll make you an offer. There was a beat of hesitation. What kind of offer? I'll call the bank, I said. Right now. Mom inhaled sharply, like she was about to cry with relief. You will? Yeah. I'll call them and ask how long you've actually been behind on payments. Because let's be real. There's no way this problem started the moment I stopped paying. Silence. Dead silence. I leaned back in my chair, enjoying the moment. Oh, you didn't think I'd figure that out, did you? I teased. You've probably been missing payments for months, haven't you? But you figured as long as I kept covering for you, you'd be fine. Mom's breathing grew shaky. Evan, I wonder what else I'll find out, I mused. Maybe how much of my money actually went to the mortgage and how much of it just disappeared? No, Evan, listen. Oops. Got to go, I said cheerfully. You know how it is. So many calls to make. And then I hung up. I could already imagine the chaos on the other end. Mom panicking, Dad pacing, Zach sitting there like a useless lump wondering if this was the part where he finally had to be a functional adult. But this was only the beginning because now I was really mad. The moment I hung up, my phone started blowing up again. Calls, texts, voicemails. It was almost comical. 1 second they were kicking me out like I was some useless extra in their perfect little family. And the next they were desperately trying to reel me back in. Too bad for them, I wasn't biting. Instead, I leaned back and scrolled through my banking app, checking old transfers I had made to them over the years, thousands and thousands of dollars, all sent like clockwork. But here's the thing. If the mortgage was barely being paid now, what had they been doing with all that money before? That question buzzed in my mind as I finally made a call. Not to them, but to the bank. It took a few minutes to get through, but when I finally spoke to someone, I explained the situation in my best, concerned and responsible adult voice. Hi, I used to handle my parents' mortgage payments, but I recently stopped. I just wanted to check the status of their account. The rep asked me a few questions, then put me on hold. When she came back, the answer nearly made me laugh out loud. Sir, it looks like the account has been delinquent for nearly 8 months. 8 months. I ran a hand through my hair, suppressing a whistle. Wow. So you're saying that even while I was sending them money, they weren't paying? It appears so, yes. Now that was gold. I ended the call, a grin stretching across my face. Oh, they were done, but I wasn't done yet. I took a deep breath. Then, for the first time since all this started, I actually called Zach back. The phone barely rang before he picked up. Evan. Finally. Dude, you need to fix this. Hey, quick question. I interrupted. Where do you think all the money I sent went? Silence. I pressed on. The bank says they haven't received a full mortgage payment in nearly 8 months. So where did it go, Zach? A long pause. Then, I don't know what you're talking about. I snorted. Oh, come on, man. You live there. You had to notice something. Mom and Dad suddenly buying more stuff. Taking trips? Where did the money go? He spluttered. Why does that matter? The point is, I cut in. They've been lying. They've been letting me pay while they pocketed the rest. And now they're only freaking out because they finally ran out of my money. Another silence. Then suddenly, Zach let out a frustrated breath. You don't get it, Evan. They're parents. They needed help. Oh, trust me, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. I got that loud and clear. In fact, I got it on repeat every month for years. You're being cruel, Zach shot back. You're letting them suffer. No, Zach. I'm letting them face the consequences of their own stupidity. I could practically hear his jaw clenching, but before he could try another guilt trip, I hit him with the real kicker. You know, I was actually going to feel bad about all this, I said. But after learning they were lying to me for almost a year, nah, they can figure this out without me. You're making a mistake, Zach growled. I smirked. We'll see. And I hung up. I barely had time to toss my phone on the couch before the next call came in. Mom, of course. I let it ring. Then another call, then another, and then a text. Mom texted, "We need to talk right now." I smirked and typed back, "Oh, now I'm part of the family again? That's cute." Almost instantly, Mom texted, "Stop this. You're ruining everything." I cracked my knuckles, grinning. Ruining everything? No, no, no. I was just getting started. I sat back on the couch, staring at my phone. The messages from Mom and Dad were still coming through, each one more desperate than the last. My phone buzzed again, this time with a text from Dad. Dad texted, "I can't believe you're doing this after everything we've done for you. You're going to let us lose the house? What kind of son are you?" I scoffed and shook my head. Everything they've done for me? If I had $1 for every time they manipulated me with that line, I could have paid off their mortgage myself. It was the same tired guilt trip tactic they always used, but not this time. I wasn't falling for it anymore. I opened my messages and fired back, typing each word with deliberate calmness. I replied, "Funny. I was just thinking the same thing. You both keep asking what kind of son I am, but it seems like I'm the only one who's actually been paying attention. I'm not the one who failed to pay the bills. I'm not the one who ignored the problem for months. Maybe it's time you both learn to deal with your own messes." My thumb hovered over the screen. I almost hit send immediately, but instead, I took a deep breath. I wasn't going to make this easy for them. This wasn't just about the mortgage anymore. It was about finally taking control back. I hit send. A few seconds later, Dad called. I picked up on the third ring, trying to keep my voice steady. "Evan, this isn't you. We raised you better than this. You know we've always been there for you." "Really?" "Because the only thing I remember is you always being there for your own convenience." I couldn't stop myself. The bitterness I had buried for years was finally spilling out. "I've been covering your debts for so long I can't even count how many times I saved your asses. But every time I needed you, you were either too busy or too wrapped up in your own mess to even care. And now you want to call me ungrateful." There was a long pause on the other end. I could almost feel him scrambling for the right words. "We're sorry, Evan," he said finally, his voice cracking. "We messed up, but please, we need your help. You know we're not going to make it without you." I paused, my fingers tapping the armrest. "No, Dad, you need to learn to stand on your own. You've been living off my generosity for too long. It's not my responsibility to fix your mistakes anymore. Please," he begged. "Don't do this. We'll pay you back. We swear." I couldn't help but let out a humorless laugh. "Funny, because I've been waiting for that payback for years. Where is it, Dad? Where's the appreciation for everything I've done?" More silence. Then, finally, he said, "Evan, I'm sorry. I was wrong. You've been more than generous and I took you for granted. But don't let us lose the house, please. I'm begging you. This is everything." It was a weak plea, the kind of plea I had grown used to over the years. But this time it didn't work. "No," I said flatly. "You're going to learn how to deal with this on your own. I'm done." I hung up before he could say anything else. I felt a strange mix of satisfaction and relief. This wasn't a victory over them. It was freedom. Finally, I was no longer their safety net. But then I saw another text from Mom. "You don't understand. You'll regret this. You'll see how far this will go. We need you, Evan. Don't let this ruin everything." I almost snorted. She still didn't get it. They both still thought I was just a tool to be used until it was convenient for them. I fired back another text without hesitation. "You've had enough time. I'm done bailing you out. Deal with the mess you made. I'm not your fall guy anymore." Then I turned my phone off. It felt like an emotional weight had been lifted, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. So here I am, asking you all for your opinion. Did I go too far? Should I have tried to find another way to resolve this? Or did I finally do the right thing by cutting them off and forcing them to face the consequences of their actions? I really want to know what you think. Let me know. Now on to the next story. Story 6. At Christmas, my niece pointed at my son and said, "Grandma says you're the maid's kid." Everyone laughed. I took my boy's hand and left without a word. That night, Dad texted, "Make sure you send the utility payment tomorrow." I replied, "You will get what you deserve." They did not realize what awaited them the next day. When my niece pointed at my son and said that garbage about him being the maid's kid, everyone laughed. Every single one of them. My mother actually chuckled and looked at my sister like it was some kind of private joke between them. My dad didn't even look up from his plate. I just stood there for a second, trying to figure out if I'd really heard it right. But then Natalie kept talking. Grandma says he probably isn't even your real son. She says you brought him home to get attention after your husband died. Eli heard all of it. His face didn't change much, but he squeezed my hand, and that was enough. I didn't say a word. I didn't ask them what the hell they were thinking or how they could let a 9-year-old say something so disgusting and cruel. I didn't even grab the stack of cheap presents I brought for them. I just turned around, took my son's hand, and walked out of my parents' house for what would be the last time. No one followed us. No one called my name. They just went back to opening gifts like we'd never been there. It was snowing. The roads were getting worse by the hour, and I was shaking. Eli asked if he did something wrong. I told him, no, not even close. I told him we were going to see someone who actually loved us. My grandma lives in Ashbury, about 2 hours away. She's 81 and has more fight in her than the rest of my family combined. After my grandpa died, she married a retired mechanic named Frank who wears cowboy boots year-round and makes inappropriate jokes at the worst moments. They're both a little wild, and Eli adores them. When we showed up unannounced, Frank opened the door in flannel pajamas with a beer in one hand and a half-eaten gingerbread man in the other. He squinted at me, then shouted over his shoulder that we had a situation. Grandma came running barefoot on cold tile. She saw my face and told Frank to take Eli to the kitchen for cocoa. She didn't say anything for a while, just let me cry in the hallway like I was a kid again. When I finally told her everything about the dinner, the laughter, what Natalie had said, and how my parents just sat there like it was normal, she nodded slowly, then walked off to her bedroom. I thought she was just going to get a tissue or maybe some old photos to cheer me up. Instead, she came back with a thick white envelope and dropped it on the coffee table. That's yours. Open it. Inside was a deed to a 2-bedroom condo in my neighborhood, not even 10 minutes from Eli's school. Paid off. No mortgage, no strings. Just a key taped to the back page and a little sticky note that said, "You've earned this 100 times over." I couldn't even speak. I just stared at her. She sat down next to me, pulled out her phone, and said she had one more thing to take care of. Then she called my mom. Put it on speaker. "You're cut off, Jean. You, Mark, Rachel. All of you. You won't get another dime from me. I know what you said to Stacy. I know what you let Natalie say. And I know exactly how much money you've squeezed out of her since Aaron died. That ends today. Find someone else to pay your bills." My mom didn't even argue. She just hung up. Later that night, while I was tucking Eli into the guest room, my dad texted me like nothing had happened. "Make sure you send the utility payment tomorrow. They're threatening to shut it off." I replied with one sentence. "You will get what you deserve." They didn't know it yet, but this wasn't just about a text or a holiday dinner. It was about years. Years of being used, years of being the invisible one. Years of being the family scapegoat and the emergency wallet while they took cruises, posted fake happy photos, and let my child grow up thinking he wasn't good enough. That night, for the first time in a long time, I slept without a knot in my chest. They had no idea what was coming the next day. By 9 a.m. the next morning, they were already scrambling. The first text came from Rachel. "No, good morning. No, I'm sorry. Just one line. Did you say something to Grandma?" The bank just declined my card. I didn't answer. I just sat there in the little breakfast nook of Grandma's house, sipping coffee while Eli built a Lego city on the carpet behind me. The fireplace was going, and for once, it felt like Christmas. Peaceful, quiet, warm. By noon, my mom was in full panic mode. Her voicemails started piling up. "Call me back, Stacy. This is serious. Your father just got a call from the mortgage company." Then another, "Your sister's in tears. Natalie's private school tuition is due this week." "What did you do?" That one made me laugh. What I did. These were the same people who sat and watched their granddaughter mock my child like he was a dog begging for scraps. Who let her say he wasn't family. Who said nothing when I walked out. Now they wanted answers, help, sympathy. They had no idea Grandma moved fast. That morning, she pulled the last strings, closed the trust fund she'd set up for emergencies, which they drained to take a healing trip to Turks and Caicos after Rachel's divorce, and removed her name from any account that wasn't mine. She even sent a letter to Natalie's school stating she was no longer sponsoring her tuition and would not be responsible for any future payments. Rachel called me 23 times that day. 23. Eventually, she gave up and tried texting, "You can't do this to us. This isn't who you are." And then 5 minutes later, "You're just bitter because your life didn't turn out like you wanted." That one stung a little because the truth is, no, my life didn't turn out the way I wanted. I didn't want to be a widow at 31, raising a child alone in a one-bedroom rental while my family treated me like a failure and my son like an afterthought. But I never asked them for anything. Never. And yet, I was the one keeping their lights on. I was the one covering their overdraft fees so they wouldn't lose the country club membership they didn't even need. I was the one they leaned on and spat on. The final straw came that evening. My dad texted me a photo of a stack of bills. Phone, water, gas, with a message that said, "Your mother is crying. Hope that makes you happy." I stared at that message for a long time. Then I wrote back, "You've had 9 years to treat us like family. You chose not to. Now live like we never existed." Blocked him. That night, Grandma made a steak dinner. Frank opened a bottle of wine and told a story about crashing a parade float in 1974. Eli fell asleep with a blanket wrapped around him and a dog on his feet. I sat on the couch and realized I hadn't felt this steady in years. No one was coming to save me, but someone finally stood beside me. The next day, I drove to the apartment she gave me. I unlocked the door, turned on the heat, and sat on the empty floor while sunlight poured through the windows. It wasn't huge. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours. Meanwhile, my phone sat silent, except for one final email from Rachel's husband, who I hadn't heard from since their second honeymoon last spring. "Hey, Stacy. Heard about the apartment. Must be nice. We're thinking about downsizing, too. Let's catch up sometime." I closed the email, then I laughed until I cried. They weren't worried about making things right. They were worried they wouldn't get another handout. They weren't family. They were debt collectors with shared DNA. But this time, the bank was closed. By New Year's Eve, their calls had stopped. They moved on from begging to blaming. The narrative flipped like a switch. Suddenly, I wasn't the wounded daughter or the single mom doing her best. I was the traitor, the snake, the one who turned Grandma against the family. They told everyone. Rachel posted something passive-aggressive on Facebook. A long, fake-sounding story about betrayal and how some people use a child to climb a ladder, but that ladder won't always hold. I didn't even respond. I didn't have to, because Grandma commented right under it, "If the ladder broke, it's because you kept sawing at the bottom, dear." A few hours later, Rachel deleted the whole post. But that didn't stop them. My mom called my work, told them I had been mentally unstable during the holidays and might need some time off. She left a message with HR pretending to be concerned, saying I'd been erratic and probably shouldn't be around clients right now. I only found out because a woman in HR I'd worked with for years called me privately and said, "Whatever's going on with your mom, it's not our business, but you should know what she's doing." My hands were shaking when I hung up. Then my dad got clever. He tried to reopen one of the utility accounts I'd been paying for using my name. Had the nerve to try and switch the billing address to his house. The electric company flagged it immediately because the account was already marked suspicious after I reported years of unauthorized charges months earlier. Back then, I had just let it slide. This time, I filed the fraud report. Rachel tried the most desperate move of all. She showed up at Eli's school, told the front desk she was there to pick him up, said I'd asked her to. The only reason she didn't get away with it was because one of the office staff recognized her from a birthday party years ago and got suspicious. They called me right away, and by the time I got there, she was already gone. I filed a report with the school district. Then I had the school update my contact list. Only 2 names allowed now, me and Grandma. I didn't tell Eli. I didn't want him scared. I just told him things were a little crazy, but he was safe. He looked up at me and said, Are they mad because you told the truth? That stuck with me because yeah, that's exactly what it was. I told the truth for once. I stopped covering for them. I stopped pretending and they hated me for it. Grandma wasn't shocked. She just kept shaking her head and saying, I should have done this years ago. I spoiled them rotten and now they don't know how to live like real people. She didn't slow down either. She sold off an investment account that had been set aside for future family needs and moved half of it directly into an account in my name. No more pretending she might change her mind later. No more room for manipulation. She called it a survival fund, not for rent or bills, for anything I wanted. Meanwhile, my parents were spiraling. The mortgage was past due. Rachel had to withdraw Natalie from private school. And according to a message I got from one of Rachel's old friends, someone who clearly wasn't loyal, they were telling people I'd stolen Grandma from them, like she was a prize to be won, not a woman with her own brain. By the first week of January, they were out of options. That's when the threats started. One night, I came home from the grocery store and found a typed letter shoved under my apartment door. No return address. It said, "You think this is over? Blood is blood. You're making enemies in your own blood." I showed it to Grandma. She poured herself a glass of wine and said, "Good. Let them hate you from a distance." Then she looked at me and said, "You ready for what comes next?" I said, "Yes," because by then I was done being afraid of them. I thought it was over after the school stunt. I thought maybe the silence meant they'd finally backed off. But that morning, a white sedan parked across the street from the apartment and stayed there for 3 hours. Didn't move. The guy inside never got out, just sat there pretending to scroll through his phone. I noticed him right away. He wasn't from the building. He didn't belong. And I've spent enough years living in sketchy neighborhoods to trust my gut. I called Grandma. She didn't even ask questions. She called someone else. By the time I looked out the window again, Frank was standing next to the sedan with one hand on the roof, casually talking. He wasn't smiling. The guy in the car started the engine and drove off. I never saw him again. When Frank came back upstairs, he just said, "They're watching you now. You ready for what's next?" I was tired of waiting. The next day, I took the file box Grandma had given me, the one I hadn't even finished going through, and opened the rest. Inside, I found more than I expected. Bank statements, yes. PayPal screenshots, wire transfers, debt notices Grandma had quietly paid off without ever mentioning. But tucked inside an envelope labeled 2009 to 2014 was something else. Documents with my name on them. Apparently, right after my husband died, my parents had claimed me as a dependent on their taxes 3 years in a row to get credits and refunds. I had no idea. I was working full-time, raising a child, and paying my own way through everything, but somehow they still used me to make a few thousand more every spring. I ran a background check on myself. They'd opened a credit card in my name back in 2011. Maxed it out, never paid it. It was still sitting on my credit report, nearly $7,000 in debt. That was when something in me shifted. All this time I thought I was the embarrassment, the broke one, the dependent, the one they tolerated during the holidays. But they weren't just cruel. They were leeches. They fed off me quietly, carefully, and legally until they got sloppy. I filed a police report. Then I hired a lawyer, just a small one, someone Grandma knew from her church. A quiet woman with a soft voice and a brutal sense of justice. We started small. Letters, formal notices, identity theft claims, IRS alerts, the kind of paperwork that doesn't make noise at first, but crushes everything in its path once it gets moving. Then something I didn't expect happened. Rachel's husband called me. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. He didn't threaten me. He didn't scream. He begged. He said things were falling apart. That Rachel was acting erratic. That she'd started drinking again. That my parents were accusing her of losing the family's lifeline. That he found out about the forged tuition forms. He said he had nothing to do with it and he believed me now. I asked him why he was really calling. He hesitated. Then he said, "She wants to take Natalie and disappear. She said she'd rather vanish than have to face what she did." I didn't know what to say to that. I don't care about Rachel, but I care about Natalie. As cruel as she's been, she's still a kid. And no child deserves to be dragged into the fallout of a war they didn't start. I told him to get a lawyer fast. I told him Grandma had every document, every date, every receipt. And I told him one more thing before I hung up. You should have spoken up earlier. That same day, my landlord from the old place texted me. Just got a call from your mom. She said she needs your old rent receipts for a loan application. I told her you moved and blocked the number. They were still trying. Even as everything fell apart, they couldn't stop grasping. That night, Grandma handed me another key. I thought it was to a storage unit or something small. She smiled and said, "It's time they saw what real family looks like." It was the key to a cabin in Colorado. Paid off, quiet, remote. A place for weekends, for getaways, for new memories. She told me it was mine. I hadn't even processed the apartment yet. And now this. But what got me most wasn't the property or the gesture. It was what she said after. You never asked me for anything. Not once. And they asked me for everything every week. That's the difference. It came in a certified envelope with a shiny seal and fake importance. I knew it was a stunt the second I saw my legal name printed on the label. Inside was a formal demand from my parents' attorney. They were suing me, not threatening to, not bluffing, an actual lawsuit. The letter claimed I owed them nearly $50,000. They listed things like childhood living costs, emotional labor, and family investment into future earning potential. They even had the nerve to include a line about contributions during the period of bereavement following my husband's death. They were charging me for being a widow. I handed the letter to Grandma. She didn't flinch, just said, "Then it's time we stopped playing nice." We called her lawyer, the quiet woman with the steel trap memory, who didn't blink when I told her what was happening. She already had a stack of documentation on standby from everything we'd submitted earlier. The forged signatures, the stolen credit, the falsified tuition paperwork. But the lawsuit never got off the ground because 3 days later, Rachel was arrested. Not questioned, not warned, arrested. Apparently, the school had been conducting their own internal audit after my complaint. They discovered years of altered forms tied to state-funded scholarships. And when they cross-checked the financial documents with the tax records, everything unraveled. It wasn't just fraud. It was federal fraud. And the school had zero interest in covering for her. Her mugshot hit a local crime blog first. I got the link from a high school classmate I hadn't talked to in a decade. An hour later, it was on a community news site. She looked tired, pale, and angry. Nothing like the carefully curated Instagram version of herself. I didn't share the link. I didn't need to. People found it. And then my mom's lawyer called mine and quietly withdrew the lawsuit. No explanation, just a single sentence. "We're choosing not to pursue this matter at this time." Of course they were. The same week, my dad tried to play cleanup. I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. Just said, "We all made mistakes. No one deserves to go to jail over family stuff. Please don't push this." I didn't respond because I hadn't pushed anything. I hadn't framed them. I hadn't manipulated anyone. I just finally stopped covering for them and they imploded on their own. But Grandma wasn't done. She held a family meeting at her house. Not for sympathy, for clarity. She invited whoever still spoke to her. A few cousins, one of her brothers, an aunt. My parents didn't show up. Neither did Rachel. No one expected them to. She stood in the center of the room with her wedding ring in one hand and her will in the other. She said, "Every dime I have is going to Stacy and Eli. The rest of you chose where you stood. And if silence was your choice, then silence is what you'll get in return." No one argued. No one even looked surprised. I think by then they all knew the family was split in two. The ones who helped bury the knife and the one they tried to bleed. After that, my parents sent one final message. "If this is how it's going to be, then we're done. Don't come around when she's gone. Don't show up pretending you care." Then they blocked me just like that. No warning, no grand finale, just a clean break. And I let them because by then I didn't want revenge anymore. I had peace. They had nothing left to steal. The silence didn't come with fireworks. No final scream. No slammed doors. No apologies soaked in guilt. Just a notification on my phone. This contact is no longer available. Then another. Then another. Blocked from every angle as if they were cutting me off. As if that was supposed to hurt. I stared at the screen for a long time, and then I realized they actually thought they'd won. But here's the thing. You don't win by deleting someone from your phone. You win by reclaiming your life quietly, completely, and never letting them near it again. The weekend after they blocked me, I took Eli to the cabin. It had snowed the night before, and everything looked untouched. Smooth hills of white, icicles on the porch railing, pine trees heavy with silence. The kind of quiet you only get in places where people don't ruin it. We lit a fire, made hot chocolate, and played a board game on the floor with no phone service, no Wi-Fi, and no drama. That night, Eli fell asleep with his head on my lap while I watched the fire fade. For the first time in years, I wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop. I wasn't bracing for the next insult disguised as concern. I wasn't wondering if I'd done something wrong. They were gone. Not missing, not lost, gone by choice. Or so they wanted to believe. But they didn't realize that I let go first. Long before the messages stopped, long before the calls, even before that Christmas disaster, I was already halfway out. They just gave me the last push. And Grandma, she was thriving. She got new glasses, joined a book club, and started going to town meetings just to argue about speed limits and zoning laws. She bought Eli a telescope and told him the stars belong to him now. Frank built him a tree swing behind the cabin. Me? I stopped apologizing for surviving. I painted the walls of the new apartment pale yellow. I put real curtains up instead of sheets tacked to window frames. I cooked dinner more, felt more, filed more. I wasn't healing. I was living. Something they told me I wasn't strong enough to do on my own. They were wrong about that, just like they were wrong about everything else. Sometimes people ask about them, old neighbors, distant cousins, someone at work who followed the story when it got ugly. What happened with your family? I just say, they left. It's simpler than explaining the years of manipulation, the fake smiles at holidays, the betrayal disguised as tradition. It's easier than listing the lies, the threats, the damage. They left and I stayed. And that's the difference. But there's one more thing. 2 weeks ago, I got a letter, handwritten. No return address, just my name in familiar cursive. Inside were 2 things. A photo, one of me and Eli from a few years back taken at a family picnic before things got really bad. We're smiling. It looked staged. And a single sentence written on the back of a grocery receipt. You always thought you were stronger than you are. I stared at that sentence for a long time. Then I tore it up and flushed it down the toilet because I am stronger than they thought. Stronger than they ever were. Stronger than what they made me survive. I didn't fall apart. I didn't beg. I didn't disappear. I raised a child in a storm and taught him how to stand even when no one claps for him. I rebuilt from the ground up. I earned every inch of peace I have now. And I protected it with the kind of fire they'll never understand. They can block me, erase me, pretend I never existed. But they'll never forget what it felt like to lose the only one who never needed them. The mini update. It was a Tuesday. Nothing special about it. Just another ordinary morning. Cereal on the counter. Eli rushing to find his left shoe. Grandma calling to say Frank was trying to fix something that didn't need fixing. Then my phone buzzed. It was an email from a scholarship foundation I'd forgotten I applied to months ago, one that helps fund continuing education for military widows. I opened it expecting another polite rejection. Instead, the first word was, "Congratulations." I read the email 3 times before it sank in. They were offering to cover full tuition for a 2-year program. Any program I wanted. I just stood there in the kitchen, holding my phone like it might disappear. I hadn't told anyone I'd applied. Not Grandma, not Eli. I did it one night after putting him to bed, thinking, why not try? Then I forgot about it completely. Now here it was. A door I hadn't even dared to knock on was swinging open. When I told Grandma, she didn't cry or gasp or give a big speech. She just said, "About damn time," and poured us both coffee. Eli hugged me and said, "You're going to be the smartest person in the whole building. And maybe I won't be, but I'll be there. I'll be sitting in a classroom learning something new, building something just for me. with no one to steal it, no one to claim it, no one to mock it. Just me, starting over again, but this time by choice. Now on to the next story. Story 7. On my wedding day, my mom texted, "Don't expect anyone to show." Then I saw the group photo. All of them on a private beach in Maui. Caption: "Finally together." I just sent one text. Perfect timing. That night, I pulled my name off the business charter, froze every corporate expense account. A week later, my dad was outside my condo, red-faced and pounding on the door. I opened it, sipped my coffee, and said, "At this point, I don't even know what to call them. Family. That word doesn't fit anymore. You don't go to someone's wedding and still get to wear that title. You don't fly to a private beach, toast champagne in the sun, and pose for a group photo on the same day your only son says his vows, and still call that love. I don't know what they are to me now, but they're not family." That ended the moment I saw the photo. Let me rewind. The morning of my wedding, I was standing in the small dressing room at our venue, this rustic little lodge on the coast. Nothing fancy, but peaceful. I was adjusting my cufflinks when I got a text from my mother. "Don't expect anyone to show. Best of luck." No punctuation, no context, just those words. I stared at the screen for a solid minute thinking it had to be a mistake. I actually checked the sender like I didn't recognize her number. I even turned off my phone and turned it back on, like maybe I'd read it wrong. But no, that was it. That was my send-off from the people who raised me. Natalie was down the hall getting ready. She had no idea. She thought they'd be arriving late. I never told her the full truth about how they reacted to her. When we got engaged, my mom called her scrappy, and my dad said she wasn't a strategic match. I didn't even know people talked like that outside of arranged marriages or corporate boardrooms. They didn't like that her family wasn't wealthy, that her dad drove a truck and her mom worked retail, that she came from a small town. They smiled in public and called her names behind closed doors, but I thought maybe deep down they'd come around. They didn't. I kept checking the entrance as the ceremony started. The seats reserved for my side of the family stayed empty. Every single one. Not even a text from my sister. The same sister who once told me I saved her life during her divorce. She couldn't be bothered to send an excuse. But Natalie, God, she looked beautiful. She smiled like she had the whole world figured out. I focused on her. I didn't let them ruin it. At least not visibly. We got through the vows. We kissed. Everyone cheered. The reception was small but joyful. Her family danced for hours. Our college friends toasted us with cheap champagne and corny stories. Nobody asked about my side of the aisle. Maybe they figured something came up. Later that night, I stepped outside to grab a beer from the cooler and get a little air. That's when I saw it. The post. My cousin, who apparently never figured out how privacy settings work, uploaded a picture that hit harder than anything my family had ever said to my face. There they all were, standing on a private beach in Maui. Waves behind them, sunglasses, sundresses, open collars. My parents, my sister and her husband, 2 aunts, even my dad's business partner, who's not even blood. Glasses raised, arms around each other, tan and glowing. It looked like a damn catalog photo. The caption read, "Finally together, love wins. #family forever." They didn't just skip my wedding. They orchestrated a parallel celebration, a family event without me. They waited until my exact wedding day to do it, then posted it like they wanted me to see it, like it was some kind of message. I walked back inside, kissed Natalie on the cheek, and danced until midnight. Then I went quiet. The following Monday, I showed up to the office like nothing happened. The receptionist said good morning. I smiled, walked straight into my office. My name was still on the charter. I still had all the admin keys. I still controlled the corporate cards, the joint expenses, the assets I helped build from the ground up with my dad. By noon, I filed the paperwork to remove myself from the business entity. By 4 o'clock, I froze every corporate expense account tied to the family. Phones, gas, flights, hotels, all of it. I made sure it would hit them midweek right as they were wrapping up their trip. The group chat started lighting up like a fire alarm by early evening. My dad texted first, then my sister, then the calls started. I ignored everyone. I was sitting on the couch with my wife eating leftover cake. Finally, I sent one message back, perfect timing. Then I turned my phone off and opened a bottle of wine. There was nothing left to say. A week of silence. That's all it took for them to crack. After the photo, after the text, after the wedding, after I froze the expense accounts and erased myself from the business we spent 10 years building together, I didn't pick up a single call. Not one reply to the frantic messages piling up in my inbox. Not even when my sister texted asking if I'd gone insane. I just watched quietly from the outside as the cracks started to show. Natalie noticed something had shifted, but she didn't ask. She knew enough to know that if I hadn't said anything yet, it wasn't ready to be spoken. We were still settling into married life. Small routines, coffee in the morning, cooking together at night. She picked up a freelance gig and filled the space in the apartment with energy I didn't realize I'd been missing all these years. We were happy. Tired but happy. Then came the knock. It was around 6:50 in the morning, still hazy outside, and I was in the kitchen in a t-shirt and boxers, drinking my first cup of coffee when the pounding started. Sharp, loud, like someone wanted the door off its hinges. I didn't have to guess. I already knew who it was. When I opened the door, there he stood. My father, red-faced, dressed in his usual overpressed shirt and designer slacks, like he thought showing up in business attire would give him some kind of authority. His tan hadn't faded yet. The Maui sun still clung to his skin like an insult. He didn't ask to come in. Didn't ask how I was. Didn't even say hello. He just launched into it. Yelled about how I'd embarrassed him. How I'd crippled the family. How freezing the accounts mid-trip left them stranded. And how they had to cover costs with personal credit cards. He said my sister and her husband had just put a down payment on a second property. Assuming the cash flow would keep coming, that I had no right, that I'd thrown a grenade into everything. I stood there sipping coffee. When he paused long enough to breathe, I said, calm and clear, I gave you every chance. You made your choice. That was the moment something shifted in him. His rage turned bitter. He started accusing me of being emotional. Said I was making a scene out of nothing. That skipping one event wasn't worth tearing the family apart. He kept calling it a difference of opinion. Like what they did wasn't calculated, like it didn't come with consequences. He said I owed him, that he built the company from nothing, that he gave me the tools to succeed, that I was nothing without him. That's when I knew we'd never speak the same language. I told him the charter changes were final, that the holding company now controlled my shares and would not be reversing any decisions without compensation. If they wanted the business whole, they could buy it back at market rate, cash up front. I told him the cards weren't coming back. The sale plans, the company car leases, the travel accounts, all frozen indefinitely. He asked what I expected them to do. I said, figure it out. Then I closed the door. He stood there pounding again, yelling my name, shouting threats I'd heard versions of before. I didn't open it. I sat back down, finished my coffee, and scrolled through photos from the wedding. Not a single one featured my family, but every one of them showed joy. Later that afternoon, I called the attorney and set up a firewall on the rest of my financial interests. I shut off every shared access point, revoked every family member from my personal accounts, and canceled the autopay for the secondary property my sister had just moved into. She was using my name to secure the rate. Not anymore. They'd been living off me for years without even realizing it. They got used to things disappearing. Trips, investments, bailouts. I had quietly kept the wheels turning while they posed on beaches and whispered about my wife not being our kind of people. Now the gears were stopping and they were going to feel every rotation slowed to a halt. Started small, just a few mispayments. The company's shared car lease bounced first. I knew because the dealership called my personal line out of habit. Then one of the vendors flagged an overdue invoice and emailed the business account I still monitored silently. Then the office building sent a warning about late rent. I didn't say a word. I just watched. By week 2, they were scrambling. I could see it in the group chat. My sister begging for someone to cover the utilities for the lake house this month, and my dad replying with vague promises. My aunt chimed in saying her card got declined trying to book a trip to Scottsdale. My cousin asked if the company still covered his insurance. No one was getting real answers, and they still hadn't said the one thing I was waiting to hear. Not a single apology. Instead, they acted like something happened to them. Like I'd vanished without cause. Like I hadn't spent a decade quietly managing the financial strings they all took for granted. I was the one who set up the tax shields, the real estate trusts, the expense pipelines. They never understood how any of it worked. They didn't care to. They just used the cards, signed the forms I gave them, and assumed it was endless. Then the mortgage issue hit. My sister and her husband had bought a new property in a suburban development. Big place, shiny lawn, probably 3 bathrooms. I co-signed quietly a year ago, back when we still talked. She never asked directly. She just cried about not getting approved, and I filled in the gap. It felt like the right thing to do at the time. Now, with the accounts locked and her income suddenly under review, the bank flagged the arrangement. The terms fell apart. They couldn't meet the new deposit window. I got the notification because legally my name was still on the contract until I had it removed. That was a fun call. The loan officer asked if I was still interested in backing the property. I told him, no, not anymore. 3 days later, she called me. My sister, after complete silence since before the wedding. No congrats. No, sorry we missed it. No acknowledgement. Just, you can't do this to us. I didn't even answer. Just let it ring out and blocked the number. That night, Natalie and I ate dinner on the couch and watched reruns while her head rested on my shoulder. She still didn't know all of it. I didn't feel like she needed to. What mattered was we were good. We were building something real. The next week, I heard from our old accountant, a guy I liked, someone who always played it straight. He said the quarterly reports were a disaster and asked if I'd really pulled all access. I said yes. He was quiet for a second, then said, I wondered when you'd finally stop carrying them. That stuck with me because he was right. I'd been carrying them for years, quietly, fully, without resentment, until they made it impossible not to see the truth. And now I was just letting go. 3 weeks after the wedding, the silence began to warp into something else. Not apology, not remorse, just quiet calculations behind closed doors. They were clearly trying to find a way back into control, but without facing the truth. Typical. I was working late from home, finalizing paperwork for a startup I'd quietly invested in months ago, something I had never told my father about. It was the first time I felt genuinely excited about a new direction. My phone buzzed with an email notification. The sender's name didn't ring any bells. Subject line, request for private conversation regarding family affairs. I opened it. Inside, some slick wording about wanting to meet for coffee and discuss a potential path forward. It took a moment, but I realized the sender was one of my father's longtime business contacts. An old guy I'd seen once at a board meeting when I was 22, a professional mouthpiece. He even included a line that made me laugh out loud. I believe there's still a way to preserve legacy without sacrificing personal values. I didn't answer. 2 days later, I got another email, this time from a law firm. They sent over a PDF titled, Proposal for Reintegration of Partnership and Brand Stabilization. That was their title. Not apology, not we were wrong. Just stabilization. Like I was a stock that dropped too fast. The document was dense. Basically, they were offering to bring me back as an independent strategic lead with a hefty salary. My shares reinstated and a public announcement about renewed collaboration. I kept scrolling, half bored, until I hit the final clause neatly buried at the bottom. Reinstatement subject to realignment of personal affiliations and conflict with brand image or long-term partner confidence. It didn't say Natalie's name, but I didn't need it to. They wanted me back, but only if I erased the one person who showed up when none of them did. The woman who stood beside me when every single blood relative disappeared. I closed the laptop without responding. The next night, Natalie and I were walking back from dinner. Just the two of us holding a leftover box between us, laughing about some guy at the restaurant who kept loudly pitching a podcast idea no one asked to hear. We turned the corner onto our block and froze. My mother was standing outside the building, not dressed for confrontation. No suitcase, no umbrella, just standing there like she'd been waiting for hours. Her hair was done. Her makeup was carefully subtle, like she wanted to look unpolished, but not by accident. I hadn't seen her in person in almost a year. She didn't say hello, just looked at me, then at Natalie, then back at me again. "I came alone," she said. "Your father doesn't know I'm here." I didn't respond. She said she wanted to fix things, that this had gone too far, that the business was suffering and no one was talking to each other, and it was time someone acted like the adult. I said, "You didn't come to fix anything. You came to negotiate." That's when she said it. Not loudly, not in anger, just a sentence she clearly rehearsed. "I think deep down you know she's not part of the future we built." It was so calm, so matter-of-fact, that it actually stunned me more than if she'd screamed. Natalie didn't say a word. She didn't need to. I just stepped forward, looked my mother in the eye, and said, "You made that future without me the second you walked off that plane in Maui." Then I turned, took Natalie's hand, and walked past her. We didn't stop. We didn't look back. But later that night, around 1:30 a.m., I got another email from the same firm. Subject line, "Urgent. Intent to sue for breach of fiduciary duty." That's when I knew they weren't done trying to fight. And that's when I realized I hadn't even started. When the envelope landed on my desk, I didn't feel much. Not anger, not surprise, just a kind of tired confirmation. Thick, cream-colored paper. My name typed in bold, formal language wrapped around the threat. My father and his lawyer were filing for breach of fiduciary duty. They claimed I had sabotaged the family business, intentionally interfered with operations, caused reputational harm, and jeopardized shared assets. It was nonsense, but legally shaped nonsense. I handed it off to my attorney, Lena. She didn't flinch. She was the kind of lawyer who used silence better than most people used words. After scanning the first page, she looked up and said, "They're trying to box you in before they collapse." I nodded. "So, let's let them collapse." She started building a counter immediately. What they underestimated, what they always underestimated, was that while they were flying first class and golfing with clients they couldn't name, I was the one keeping everything upright. I had all the documentation, expense records, internal emails, proxy notes, even audio from board calls. I had time-stamped proof of every task they delegated to me because they didn't want to deal with it. And I wasn't going to shout or threaten. That wasn't necessary. Collapse doesn't always come from fire. Sometimes it's the water leaking behind the walls. I made one call to our logistics partner, a guy named Dennis I'd worked with for years. We'd had beers together. I told him off the record that he might want to hold off on fulfilling the next few bulk shipments, that things were unstable. He didn't ask questions. Just said, "Got it." Then came the real estate play. They forgot I still had partial signature rights on the commercial lease for our headquarters. I didn't even need to threaten. I just notified the building owner that I would no longer personally guarantee rent coverage and that there was potential financial turbulence incoming. Within 72 hours, the management company served them with a notice. Pay 3 months in advance or prepare to vacate. I didn't need to lift another finger. They weren't liquid enough to cover that kind of demand. Quietly, the walls started closing in. Then came the international partner. He only stayed in because of my involvement. The moment I sold my last shares in the satellite entity, he pulled his investment. It wasn't personal. He even sent me a short note saying, "Saw the writing on the wall. You did the right thing." My cousin messaged me that night. First time I'd heard from him since the wedding. He said, "Whatever point you're trying to prove, it's made. You've burned everything down." He was wrong. I hadn't burned anything. I just stopped watering their garden. But then something happened I didn't expect. I got an email from a woman who worked in HR at a mid-sized accounting firm. Said she couldn't say much officially, but she thought I'd want to see something that came across her desk. We met at a diner the next morning. She slid a folded paper across the table, a printed screenshot from their onboarding system. My sister had applied for a financial consultant position. Under her resume, she'd listed herself as managing director of our company for the last 4 years. She'd even added bullet points: client strategy, revenue growth, operational oversight. Total fiction. She'd also used my name and personal number as her professional reference. I stared at the page for a while. Then I looked up and asked the woman, "Did she actually interview?" She nodded. She was confident. A little too confident. I smiled. "Yeah, that tracks." I sent my sister one message as I left the diner. "Don't ever use my name again. No threats, no drama, just that." She didn't reply. But within an hour, her LinkedIn profile vanished. Her account went private. Mutual contacts stopped tagging her in anything. The funny part was, I wasn't even angry. I wasn't surprised. I think I just felt done for the first time in my life. I wasn't checking behind me. I wasn't cleaning up their mistakes. I wasn't softening the blow. I was just walking forward. And whatever was behind me could fall as far as gravity wanted to take it. By the time spring rolled in, the family business had quietly folded. No bankruptcy filing. No scandal in the papers. Just closed doors and disconnected phones. The website came down one day without fanfare. A few of their old clients probably wondered what happened. Most didn't. They moved on. That's how business works. People think legacies last forever, but they don't. They last as long as someone's willing to keep holding them up. And I let go. Natalie and I had moved into a new place by then. Nothing extravagant, just bigger windows, more light, a kitchen she loved. She started taking on more creative work, and I found myself spending less time in old spreadsheets and more time doing things I never used to make room for. Dinners with friends, long walks, silence. The lawsuit never went anywhere. Lena shut it down so fast I barely had time to read their reply. They tried to stall, tried to delay discovery. But the second they realized I wasn't bluffing and that I had everything documented, they withdrew quietly. No apology, just silence. That was fine. They weren't good at apologies anyway. One last ripple came from my father. He sent a letter, actual pen and paper mailed to my office. No return address, no date, just a rambling mix of excuses, nostalgia, and some warped version of our past. He wrote about the early days when we'd drive out to distribution centers in the middle of nowhere. How we built something out of nothing. He said he missed those days. Said maybe we could go back to them. Then he ended with a line that told me everything I needed to know. I still believe we were right to protect the family from outsiders. Outsiders. Even after everything fell apart, he still saw my wife, the one person who stood beside me, as a threat, as someone who didn't belong. I folded the letter once, dropped it into the trash, and that was the last time I ever acknowledged him. That summer, Natalie and I took a road trip. No destination, just highways, music, gas station coffee, and nowhere to be. Somewhere in Colorado, we stopped at a little cabin on a lake. No cell service, no emails, no expectations. On the last night, we were sitting on the dock, feet in the water, and she asked, "Do you think you'll ever talk to them again?" I didn't answer right away. Then I said, "I think they already said goodbye. They just didn't realize it because the truth is the day they chose that beach over my wedding, they made the cleanest break they ever could have. They handed me freedom in the ugliest wrapping possible. I unwrapped it, I used it, and I didn't look back. It's been almost a year since I walked away. No contact, no updates, no drama, just distance. For a while, I thought that would be the end of it. Clean break. Me, Natalie. A quiet life built from the ashes of whatever that family used to be. I didn't realize something was still out there. Something quietly circling back. It started with an email, not from any of them. It was from a man named Jeremy Heller. I didn't recognize the name at first, but when I opened the message, everything stopped. Jeremy was an associate at a firm in Boston handling a private trust connected to my grandfather's estate. My grandfather, the only person from my dad's side who ever treated me like I mattered. He died 10 years ago. I thought everything he had went directly to my parents. Turns out it didn't. Jeremy wrote that certain assets had been held in a secondary trust, frozen until my 35th birthday. They were part of a contingency plan my grandfather put into place after a falling out with my father. I had no idea any of this existed. He never talked about it. But according to the documents Jeremy attached, he didn't trust what the family had become. So he created a clause. If by a certain date I was no longer actively involved in the family business and had severed financial ties, the full trust would default to me. And here I was, clean, detached, and just barely 35. I forwarded the files to Lena, and within a week, everything was confirmed. It wasn't just money. There were properties, stocks, a storage facility full of artwork I didn't even know we owned. I stood in the middle of that warehouse one afternoon staring at a canvas worth more than my first apartment and realized how little I knew about my own history. What my grandfather was trying to protect me from, what he saw coming before I did. Natalie was speechless when I told her. She cried a little, not because of the money. She never cared about that, but because for the first time it felt like someone from that bloodline had done something for us, not against us. The trust came with a letter typed simple, signed with my grandfather's initials. If they ever choose themselves over you, walk away and don't turn back. I'll be waiting on the other side. I didn't know how much I needed to hear that until I read it. Now we're planning something different. Not revenge, not a legacy, just a future. One built not from their rules or expectations, but from the things they never understood. Quiet loyalty, real love, and the power of walking away. Now on to the next story. Story 8. Parents canceled my ticket and sent a message. Have a nice taxi back home, loser. I laughed and wrote, okay. When they came back, they were shocked. I don't know what I was expecting that morning, but it certainly wasn't this. My parents had been talking about this family vacation for weeks. A big trip for all of us. Me, my brother, my sister, and them. They planned it, they picked the place, and they made all the arrangements. It wasn't my idea, but I was looking forward to it. We didn't get to do this kind of thing very often. I lived in another city, but there was an airport here, so I was supposed to fly out and meet them at the resort. Everything had seemed fine. We had just talked about it 3 days ago and nothing was out of the ordinary. I had taken time off work, packed everything I needed, and even made sure my travel documents were in order. So, when the day finally arrived, I grabbed my bags, hopped in a cab, and headed to the airport without a care in the world. Check-in was supposed to be routine. I walked up to the counter, gave them my information, and waited. The agent typed something, frowned, typed again, and then looked at me with a strange expression. Sir, your ticket was canceled yesterday. I blinked. What? She hesitated. It was canceled. I'm really sorry, but there are no more reservations under your name. I let out a small laugh, confused. That must be a mistake. I booked that ticket weeks ago. Can you check again? She did. Same result. I'm really sorry. There's nothing I can do. I took up my cell phone and called my parents. No answer. Called again, still nothing. I tried my brother. No answer. My sister? Also nothing. That's when I saw the message pop up on my screen from my mom and dad. You should take a cab home, loser. I just stared at it. Then, without meaning to, I burst out laughing. I mean, they really did that? My own parents, the people who invited me on this trip, went out of their way to cancel my ticket, not tell me, ignore my phone calls, and then send this message like a couple of immature teenagers playing a prank. I wasn't even angry at first, just shocked. Disbelief turned to amusement. But then, as I stood there surrounded by people coming and going, dragging their luggage to flights they were actually allowed to board, reality set in. I had been preparing for this for weeks, took time off work, cleared my schedule, and they had just decided for no reason at all to screw me like this. That's when the amusement turned into something else. These were the same parents I had helped financially more times than I could count. The same ones I had bailed out when things got tough. My sister's tuition? I covered most of it. My brother's wedding? He counted on me to pay for it. And this is how they treated me? They thought it was funny. They thought I'd get mad, throw a fit, maybe beg them for an explanation. No, they overplayed their hand, and now I had all the time in the world to make sure they regretted it. I turned around, left the airport, and went home. They would be gone for a week, and when they came back, they would find out exactly what happens when you push the wrong person too far. The cab ride home from the airport was quiet, but my mind was anything but. I wasn't just annoyed. I was calculating. My parents thought it was funny. They thought they could pull a stunt like this and go back to life as usual. but they had no idea that they had just given me a whole week to plan something they wouldn't forget. I walked into my apartment, dropped my bags, and sat down. I replayed everything in my mind. The last conversation we had 3 days before the flight, the way they acted completely normal, the fact that they canceled my ticket behind my back, ignored my calls, and then had the audacity to send this message. Have a nice cab ride home, loser. They wanted to humiliate me. They wanted to make me feel abandoned, left like an idiot in an airport. What they didn't realize was that I wouldn't just get over it. No, they were going to pay for it. So I started making moves. First, the money. I wasn't some billionaire bankrolling my family's lifestyle, but I was the one they always turned to when things got tight. My sister's college tuition? I covered a good chunk of that. My brother's wedding? He counted on me. My parents? They loved to ask for loans that I never saw again. They had gotten so used to my generosity that they never considered what would happen when I decided I was done. So I cut them off. Every single one of them. My banking app was the first to go. The automatic transfers to my sister's school? Cancelled. The money I had set aside to help my brother? Locked away. The emergency fund my parents always dipped into? Locked away. Then I sat back and waited. For the first few days, nothing happened. They were probably too busy enjoying their trip, sipping cocktails, and laughing about how they got me. But on the 5th day, the cracks began to show. The first message was from my sister. Hey, can you send me the tuition money? It's due in a few days. I could almost feel her confidence in the text. She wasn't asking if I could help. She was expecting it. She had no idea what was coming. I simply replied, "Ask Mom and Dad." It took her a few minutes to answer. What? What do you mean? I'm not paying for it anymore. You'll have to come up with something else. Nothing. Radio silence. I knew exactly what was going on. She was probably staring at her phone, confused, maybe even texting our parents. I could picture the exact moment the realization hit her. Then the next morning, just as my parents were getting ready to fly back, my brother texted me, "Hey man, I need to talk to you about the wedding budget. Let's meet this weekend." I didn't even give him a slow build-up like I did with my sister. I got right to the point. "I'm not paying for anything. Figure it out yourself." His response came immediately. "What?" I didn't bother to explain. Let him sit with it. Let him panic. Then my parents finally landed, and that's when things really got interesting. The morning my parents landed, I knew the storm was coming. I didn't text. I didn't call. I just waited. I knew exactly how this was going to play out. They'd come home, settle in, and within a few hours, the real chaos would begin. I was right. Around noon, my phone started to explode. My sister was the first to break down. Mom and Dad said they don't have the money for my tuition. WTF is going on? I let her message sit for a while. Then my brother jumped in. "Dude, I just talked to Mom. She said you're refusing to pay for the wedding." "What the hell?" I laughed. "Oh, so they're all talking now?" Amazing how quickly they could communicate when money was involved. I finally decided to answer, "Yeah, I'm not paying for anything anymore. I hope you had a nice vacation, though." Silence. Then my sister again. "What are you talking about? You literally promised to help." "Yes, and Mom and Dad literally promised me a vacation." Things change. That's when my parents finally got involved. My dad called first. I let it ring. My mom called right after that. Ignored. Then came the messages. "Mom, Kurt, call me now. Dad, enough with the attitude. We need to talk." I didn't answer. Let them sweat. An hour later, my brother showed up at my door. I opened it and leaned against the frame, looking at him like I wasn't in the middle of completely derailing their world. He was already annoyed. "You're really doing this?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "I'm serious." He ran a hand through his hair. "Okay, look, I don't know what happened, but this is bigger than some holiday drama. My wedding's in 3 months, dude." I raised an eyebrow. "So? And you said you'd help." "I already told people we had the money covered." I shrugged. "Not my problem." His jaw clenched. "Come on, man. Don't do this just because Mom and Dad pissed you off." That made me laugh. Pissed me off? They stranded me in an airport and laughed about it. They planned it, and you were okay with it. He hesitated. I mean, I didn't know they were going to do that. But you thought it was funny when they told you, right? Silence. Yeah, I said, nodding. That's what I thought. He tried again. Kurt, seriously, what am I supposed to do? I smiled. Take a cab home, loser. And then I slammed the door in his face. I knew this was only the beginning. The real fun would start when I finally sat down with our parents, because I wasn't done yet. Not even close. I barely had time to enjoy slamming the door in my brother's face before my phone started ringing again. My mom, I let it ring. My dad, ignored. Then my sister, declined. I wanted them to really feel it before I gave them a chance to talk to me. Let them spiral, let them stress. And sure enough, less than 2 hours later, I got the notification I was waiting for. 0 available balance on my parents' joint bank account. The one they used for everything. Groceries, bills, gas. The same account I had been sneaking money into for years. I knew they relied on it, but what I didn't know was how much. Turns out, without my money coming in, they were broke. Not strained for cash. Not we have some savings. Broke. It took them less than a day after landing to spend what little they had left. I don't know if they overspent on their vacation, if they thought money would just magically appear, or if they really were that bad at managing their finances, but the second that account hit 0, I got a new kind of message. Mom, Kurt, there must be some mistake. The bank says we have nothing left. Can you send something now? Dad, we need to talk. It's important. I laughed. Now it's important? I let her wait a little longer before I finally answered. I don't know what to tell you. I guess you should have thought about that before you canceled my ticket. This time, my mom didn't text back. She called. As soon as I picked up, she started, Kurt, what is wrong with you? We just got back from vacation and now you're acting crazy? Your brother's wedding, your sister's school. Do you even care about this family? That's funny, I said. I wondered the same thing when you stranded me at the airport. A pause. Then she scoffed. Oh, don't be dramatic. It was a joke. You seriously hold a grudge over that? I smiled. Sure, I am. My father's voice cut in. Son, be reasonable. We need your help now. Yeah, well, I needed a flight. I guess we're all out of luck. My mom cried, as if I was the problem here. Kurt, we already spent a lot of money on this trip. We didn't think it would be a problem. We just assumed you'd help us out like you always do. And there it was. We assumed you'd continue to help us. They weren't sorry. They didn't regret what they did. They just assumed that no matter how much they screwed me over, I'd keep giving them money like an idiot. I let out a short laugh. Well, they assumed wrong. You wanted to teach me a lesson, right? Consider it a success. I have definitely learned something about this family. Kurt, stop being so selfish, my mother snapped. I almost lost it. Selfish? I had carried them all for years. I was paying for things they never even had to think about, and now that the free ride was over, I was being selfish? I took a breath. You know what? I'll see you tonight. We can talk in person. I hung up before they could answer. They expected me to come over, have a civil conversation, and magically fix everything. They had no idea what was about to happen. I showed up at my parents' house that evening, right on time. They must have been waiting by the window because the second I parked, the front door swung open. My dad was standing there, arms crossed. My mom was a few steps behind him. My sister was sitting on the couch with her arms folded, and my brother was leaning against the wall, looking just as pissed. A real family reunion. I walked in, took my time, and sat down at the dining table like I wasn't the most hated person in the room. My dad spoke first. All right, Kurt, enough games. What is going on? I shrugged. I don't know, you tell me. Last time we talked, I was supposed to be on a flight. Now I'm suddenly your financial lifeline? Crazy how things change. My mom let out an annoyed sigh. Oh my God. It was a joke. Are you really dragging this out over some harmless prank? I smiled. Funny how it's a joke when you do it, but when I cut you guys off, it's a crisis. My brother chimed in. Okay, but you're screwing over all of us now. This isn't just about mom and dad. My wedding is in 3 months. You promised to help, and I thought I was part of this family, but I guess things change. Huh. My sister snapped. You're ruining my education over this. How is that fair? Oh, you mean like how stranding me in an airport was fair? I leaned back. Weird. Nobody cared about fairness when it was happening to me. Silence. They didn't like that. Finally, my dad sat down across from me. Kurt, he said in that reasonable dad voice he always used when he wanted something. Be logical about this. You're in a good place financially. This isn't going to hurt you. I raised an eyebrow. And whose fault is it that you're not in a good place financially? That shut him up. I looked around at all of them. My mom looked pissed. My brother looked desperate. My sister looked like she was about to cry. You guys got so used to me bailing you out that you thought you could screw me over and nothing would change. I said. Well, congratulations, you finally pushed me too far. My mom clenched her jaw. So that's it? You're just abandoning your family? I laughed. No, Mom. You abandoned me first. Then I stood up. Enjoy figuring this out on your own. I walked to the door, grabbed the handle, and then my dad said something that made me stop. Kurt, if you walk out that door, don't expect to be welcomed back. I turned to face him. He was serious. My mom was nodding in agreement. My brother and sister were just watching, waiting to see what I'd do. I pretended to think about it. Then I smiled. Okay. And then I walked out. They wanted to play games? Fine. Let's see how they do without me. I half expected them to call me that night. Maybe my dad would try to guilt-trip me, or my mom would send some long-winded message about family obligations. But no. For a few weeks, things were quiet. I went about my life, worked, went out with friends, enjoyed the peace of not being my family's personal ATM, and honestly, it felt good. Then, out of nowhere, my brother called. Hey man, he said, acting casual. We were thinking maybe we should do a little family trip, you know? To clear the air. I almost laughed. A family trip? Yeah, a nice resort. All of us together. Relax, have fun. No drama. I smirked. Who's paying for it? He hesitated. Well, we figured you could cover it since you're, doing well and all. I actually burst out laughing. You guys are unbelievable. You screwed me over on a vacation, and now you want me to pay for one. Dude, come on. This would be different. We'd include you this time. Oh wow, how generous. I could hear my mom in the background tell him, we'll let him pick the place. I shook my head. You guys are so cheap, it's actually impressive. You're literally pretending to care about what I want just so you can get a free trip. Kurt, that's not. Nah, don't even try it. The answer's no. Okay. But you'll think about it, right? I laughed again. No, I won't. And I hung up. That was the moment I knew they weren't changing. They didn't feel bad. They didn't regret anything. They just wanted me back because they needed me. But unfortunately for them, I didn't need them. So I kept my distance. I answered their calls, replied to their messages, even met up with them for dinner a few times, but I never paid for anything. No school fees, no wedding help, no vacations. And over time, they started to get it. They still tried, of course. My mom would throw little comments like, wow, must be nice to be able to afford all these things. Or my dad would hint at unexpected expenses that I used to help with. My sister and brother kept up the fake friendliness for a while, but when they realized I wasn't budging, even they started pulling away. And you know what? That was fine. I didn't resent them. I wasn't even mad anymore. I just wasn't their personal bank account anymore, and that, to them, was the ultimate betrayal. For months, my family kept trying. Not to apologize, no, that would require admitting they were wrong. Instead, they tried different ways to pull me back in. Guilt, manipulation, fake kindness, even outright begging. But the thing about desperate people, they get sloppy. And that's when I saw my perfect opportunity. It started with my brother. His wedding was creeping up, and despite my refusal to fund it, he still went full speed ahead, assuming something would magically work out. Spoiler, it didn't. A month before the big day, he called me in full panic mode. Okay, listen, I know you said you weren't helping, but I really need you, man. I let him ramble for a bit about venues, vendors, and deposits. Then I hit him with, "I thought you had it covered?" "Yeah, but like things happened. We're short, and Mom and Dad don't have enough." I leaned back in my chair, smiling. "Damn, that sucks. Kurt, please, if I don't get this money, we're screwed." I pretended to think. All right, I'll help you out." "Oh my God. Thank you, man. You don't know what this means." I laughed. "Yeah, I do. That's why I'm not actually helping. Have a nice wedding." And I hung up. 2 days later, my parents called me together. A rare event. "Kurt, we need to talk," my mom said. "It's serious." I already knew what this was about, but I played along. "Oh, what's wrong?" She sighed dramatically. "Your brother is in trouble. He needs financial help for the wedding, and we don't have enough." She snapped, like it was my fault. "Kurt, this is a family emergency." I grinned. "Oh, now it's an emergency? That's funny. You didn't seem too worried about me when you canceled my flight. What was this family loyalty back then?" "Kurt, don't be childish." I smiled. "You know what? You're right. I should help. In fact, I'll cover the entire wedding." Silence. Then my dad said, "Really?" "Yeah," I said. "On one condition." "Anything," my mom said quickly. "You and Dad go to the wedding in a taxi." Dead silence. "A taxi?" I repeated. "No car, no rentals, just a nice, long, humiliating taxi ride to the biggest event of the year. Just like the one I had to take when you left me stranded." My mom gasped. "That's petty." "Yeah, it is. But hey, if you don't like the deal, you're welcome to figure it out yourselves." They refused, of course. Their pride wouldn't let them. And just like that, my brother's wedding was downgraded from a fancy venue to a sad little church gathering with a backyard reception. And me? I was nowhere to be found. But the best part? That was just the beginning. Over the next few months, they started losing more than just my money. My parents' financial situation got worse. The house needed repairs, the bills stacked up, and for the first time in years, they had to live within their actual means. Turns out they weren't very good at it. My sister had to take out student loans, something she had always avoided because I had been covering her. My brother's new wife wasn't happy about the last-minute budget cuts, and their relationship started getting rocky immediately. And through it all, I was just living my life, watching them struggle, knowing they had done this to themselves. One day, my mom finally broke. She called me, her voice softer than I'd ever heard it. "Kurt," she said, "can we please just go back to the way things were?" I smiled. "We can't. But hey, at least now you know what it feels like to be left behind." And then, for the first time ever, I hung up on her. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.